Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 6th meeting of the Richmond Selectboard. We have a very long agenda tonight. In the 10 years I've been on the board, I don't ever remember items going all the way through the alphabet, but here we are. So I will be Mr. Taskmaster tonight, trying to get us through. So maybe we can get out of here by midnight or early tomorrow morning. Before we begin, would anybody here, either in the room or on Zoom, care to make a public statement?
I tried to get it in a couple of minutes.
Excuse me, we can't hear you unless you come up to the microphone.
We are having some audio issues tonight.
Could you advance and be recognized, please?
So just everybody in the room, we're having some audio issues, so we really need to be at the table. I don't think that mic's working as well as it should be. So please just keep that in mind and come on. I just want to thank you to have an open meeting that I can attend. Zoom meetings don't work for me. I can call in, but it's long distance. My wife monitors all my office.
Well, Jack, we're happy to have you. Thank you for coming. Okay. Yes.
Chairman, I got a question on the agenda order.
After public comment. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Amy Gifford. I'm the owner of Richmond Kitchen, and this is my business partner. We are here to raise a concern about the sidewalk proposal. As you may or may not know, for the past 7 years, we've been operating a business out of a building, and our business draws customers to Richmond from far and wide. We've got people that come now from Connecticut, Massachusetts, they've been around the Northeast. They come to Richmond to spend money, and we believe that we've created something of value in this community. 90% of our income comes from our grab and go mix. So we source local ingredients, make frozen meals, and people come in, come in, shop, leave. That is the model. It's for busy people. It's for parents who want to leave their kids in the car and run in, or elderly parents, their kids come in and shop for them and stock their freezers. So we are very concerned about the design that removes our 4 parking spaces for our retail business. We are certain that this will negatively impact our business, and we're not, quite frankly, sure if we can survive the change, is where we are right now.
Good boy.
The proposed design for 29 feet of sidewalk roughly that goes in front of our building removes all 4 of our spots. And it just doesn't work for us. So we are just here to raise that as a concern. I understand that it's not being voted on tonight, or only a portion of it is being talked about tonight. But we talked to Josh about, we talked to Keith about it. Our landlord, Rob Hintz, is aware. He may be away right now that is engaged in the process. He's very flexible to work with the town on this. So really what we want to do is just ask to be included in have our needs included in the discussion, how that final design plays out. Understanding that we may not be able to stay in this meeting if
David, I'm sorry, it's not really on the agenda, is it?
No, we're
Unitary conversation is, which is part of the sidewalk.
yeah,
Sort of related, but just as a point of order, it is somewhat tangential.
yeah.
So it would strike me if you want to put this on the agenda specifically about that design element.
Yeah.
I think it kind of fits with the cemetery.
Yeah,
Maybe
but it
that's
is good.
for me.
I would think it's definitely a legitimate concern. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's self-evident. We just need a nice poll, but we can discuss.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
We
This was
just
just an
really wanted
introduction.
to
Yeah.
raise a flag and say that we are,
I think it's fair to bring it before our attention and public comment, but I do agree. But
So
we
for
should put it-
disclosure, I was aware of this, and little I know, which is a short conversation, we have competing goods about what's good for the business versus what the traffic obligations may be. And that's the reason to, I think, put it forward as a future agenda item.
It would not be the same without the Molly funds.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good. Have you tried it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
I'm the same stuff. I saw, young gentleman wanted that. She
Wanted what?
wanted the parts of the sidewalk. And I went out of my way to look up everything and he's the one that reached the top of the safety. And
We can't hear.
you need to speak up a little bit more. You just sit down so you can do it. On the same subject, I'm thinking about getting up. We need a vote on it. It's a stupid
On the sidewalk.
extra money, but we don't, I don't care where it came from.
You just don't want it.
I
Well,
don't-
let's discuss it next time. We got a lot.
Yeah. Any more public comment? Okay, Lisa, you had a question about the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, could we move item 3U as in uniform to early in the agenda first, wherever you'd like it?
Yes. So Lisa wanted to move discussion of the letter of support from Buttermilk up in the agenda. Does anybody have a problem with that?
Next time.
No. Where would you like to move it, Lisa?
I guess at the beginning, but not.
Okay.
I have no objection.
I don't think it really ties.
No. Okay,
You want to put it there, or do you want to do A and B are really pretty quick?
we're gonna do it after B.
Those are sort of two quick little reminders. And thank you.
Jean, go ahead. I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, as long as we're moving items up on the agenda, can we move item M up?
Z.
Anybody have a problem with moving discussion of moving the budget to Australian ballot up on the agenda?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so let's put that after U, so it's A, B, U, M, C. Okay. Josh, you want to take A?
So this is just a reminder of the Voluntary Green Summit. It's being held on May 13th, 2024. So 1 week from tonight. It will be from 6 to 9 p.m. in this room, as well as attendance via Zoom. The primary topic of discussion will be the future of voluntary green, specifically how it relates to floodplain regulations and propensity to flood. We've invited some key members to serve on the roundtable, and we'll be basically a roundtable discussion as a select board with public comment held. And again, we'll be coming out with that.
Thank you, Josh. So moving on to B, recognition of Richmond Tree Warden Caitlin Littlefield receiving a Vermont Tree Steward Award.
So Caitlin is here. Yeah, what you're playing for. Yeah. So I just wanted to recognize Caitlin Littlefield, the Richmond, Vermont Tree Warden. Each year, the Vermont Urban and Community Forestry Program and Council sponsors the Vermont Tree Steward Association's Awards as a way to recognize our state's urban and community forestry champions. Richmond's tree warden Caitlin Littlefield received the Leader Award, which is presented to an individual who, through services to their community or organization, has shown leadership and dedication in carrying out an urban or community forestry effort. There is a complete description available in the packet for those who wish to read more, but congratulations, Caitlin, and thank you for all you do for the town of Richmond.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and that brings us to you.
Mr. Chairman, you're probably familiar with this letter to the Vermont Housing Finance Agency.
I am.
Lisa, speak really loud.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'll have a copy of it if you want to read it, or you can find it in the letter U in the agenda items. This is probably the most egregious example I've seen of ex parte communication. What I can see. I don't see how this could be justified. And I'm really pissed. So somebody could talk to them off the ledge here about this.
I can try.
You can, I don't see how this could be justifiable.
When this came to our attention, we were told that we had a deadline. It had to be submitted by April 29th, and we didn't have time to discuss it.
Who
So-
provided the deadline? Who told you about the deadline? You guys do over the weekend. I think you put,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It originated from Buttermilk, and
Mhm.
for what it's worth, I disagree with you, but that's fine.
Mhm.
Um,
About what?
whether this is an egregious conflict of interest.
I didn't say
Well,
conflict of interest.
No, I think the
Ex parte
concern was ex
communication.
parte communication. We didn't feel we could really commit to or
Mhm.
partake in anything absent select board discussion. So the intent of this letter was to get in the deadline saying, yeah, we'll talk about it. But we really strive to go through that to not provide any commitment to anything. That was a, yes, we have your intent to pursue this and we will address it, but
Well, I mean, for one thing, it incorporates me in intent. I wasn't there. I had no knowledge of this. Nobody tried to contact me. Nobody asked for a deadline extension that I know of. And I think Adam might be in the same position. He didn't know anything about this either. And there are some pissed off people in this community about it. And I think what's been done here, you, Josh, and Bard have probably undone some goodwill. I don't know, but this is a bad example.
yeah, I did feel uncomfortable drafting a letter without bringing it before the board. That's why we went through and did not promise or commit to anything.
So could I ask David, if you could explain further, Lisa, because I don't understand.
Mhm.
I consider this a fairly open-ended letter that says we'll agree to talk about stuff.
Yeah.
Makes no commitment. It also refers to boards and commissions with authority that will be engaged in those conversations prospectively.
Well, Bert, I disagree. I mean, some of the statements in here, yes, you do say the second to last sentence, the select board has not been able to discuss this topic or approve this letter, which is being submitted by the select board chair.
Right.
This letter will be discussed by the full select board at May 6th. So that,
Right.
Select board can obviously make no guarantees as to the outcome of these discussions after saying what you're going to do before that happens. So it's at least, a CYA, a statement at the bottom. What really upset me the most, I think, is that you have included me, among others, as a select board, being on board with this. And actually, I didn't know anything about it. And you've also included Adam that way too. He may be less grateful
I have
too.
a little bit of different take on it. Sorry, Lisa.
Okay.
I mean, I think that there's obviously other things. I didn't review it in depth until now. Didn't really pop up. There's no huge commitments. We're going to talk about it anyway. I'm going to issue there. Yes, more broadly, just the idea that we're going to bend over backwards and it's been below from where most of that and 80 years to plan this, and then in the last minute, it's my frustration, but that's not with any of you. So I don't really, yeah, there's no commitments in it. I think it's a reasonable statement of what we talk about doing.
If I may, and Adam, I don't disagree with anything.
This doesn't raise to the, sorry, this
No, no,
doesn't,
no,
it doesn't.
we're
make me
individuals.
annoyed or-
The things, I agree with 95% of what David has said, but I agree with some of what Lisa has said. Because it does, besides saying we will discuss and saying we do not make a commitment, the phrases of the town of Richmond supports the redevelopment of the Creamery property, that is a definitive statement. And that's, I think, part of, Lisa, am I reading you right? Is that part of what you're objecting to?
Part of it. And also, I don't want to.
And at the very top where it says for the further redevelopment of the Creamery property. I'm not going to come along after the battle and shoot the wounded. I think that could possibly been phrased a little better, but I do wonder, was there any thought of scheduling a special select board meeting for a half hour to just get everybody a chance to speak?
There wasn't. This was more of a placeholder of, yes, we'll entertain this at a future date. As to the development of the Greenery parcel, I took that as there has been collaboration between the town of Richmond and Buttermilk. I was more thinking of that as what have we done versus where we're going.
Well, I've been part of the discussions with Buttermilk where among others, they said, if you let us build a whole bunch more units, we will make a small percentage of them affordable for 2 years. I don't remember extensive discussions of we're on board with, development period. I'm, again, it's what's done, it's done, the letter has gone out, but, no one likes the past chair telling the current chair what to do. I would just say that it would have been my preference to have a quick call. Just either warn it, have a quick call, see if anybody objects. But what's done is done. I do hope that we can, we will be discussing it tonight.
Yeah.
In fact, we can be discussing it right now, besides the points, which I think she has the right to bring up.
I'll just say, I think it's a matter of record that the select board has gone, and the town has gone on record as being in support of redevelopment of the Buttermilk property. Some of you will recall that we were a conduit for grant funds for brownfield and cleanup. Anybody else here ever take a walk through that building while it still existed? The old creamery building? Raise your hand. Who thinks it was a good idea to leave that building as it was? I don't think anybody. I will also observe the number of parents of adolescent and pre-adolescent boys, when I suggested they ask their boys if they had walked through the building, their first response is, no, my kids wouldn't do that. And then it's, I should ask them. Because I will say that the Dr. Pepper, like empty cans and the candy wrappers were not left by deer and raccoons based on the tracks and detritus that was left behind.
Are the cigarette butts discarded next to the piles of compostable?
It was literally a hazard to public health. So I think it is unquestionable the town supported redevelopment of that property from its state of 15 years ago.
But I hope then we support redevelopment going forward. We don't know that they did.
And I think that's what the letter attempts to say.
Partially, and I agree with those parts. We have talked about Buttermilk a lot, a lot of job on. One thing that isn't here, a consideration of aiding AID, Buttermilk LLC, to meet the rental revolving loan funds requirements. I assume that means money. And if it does mean money, it might be $500,000. And numbers have been kicked around. The taxpayers would love to hear that. So would I. That consideration, often the word consideration really sometimes means a monetary or either exchange. All around, this stinks. The way it's been done, not this itself, but the way it's been done stinks. And I sure hope to hell it never happens again.
I'll
be the same person the next time.
I'll just say I fundamentally disagree. When I read the letter and I had the opportunity to weigh in, and I will say the letter that was requested is not the letter that was produced.
Don't know that. I wasn't part of that discussion.
I'm aware of that. And so it's not possible for us to have had this conversation without a public meeting. You couldn't, David is prohibited by open public meeting law of polling every select board member independently. The only way to have the conversation was through a warned public meeting. In my opinion, it didn't meet the standard of emergency, but I defer to David about whether it met a standard of an emergency meeting with an expedited public warning. And it's clear to me the attempt was to write a letter that promised nothing, but put a stake in the ground that allowed the grant process to remain alive without any commitments.
Right. So without any response from Richmond, it couldn't have proceeded. So we responded to the affirmative enough that they could proceed.
That term consideration does not mean we've made a deal or agreed to make a deal. It is a discussion. Well, no, the English word consideration to me doesn't mean a commitment. It means we'll consider it. For what that means.
As a board.
Yes.
So I hope this never happens.
Kara, go ahead.
Hi, Carol Labanti. Just as a point of governance, Lisa, aren't you the vice chair of the select board?
No.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. So you should have been contacted as the second person in charge after David. So this wouldn't have occurred if you had your chair and your vice chair communicating. That's all. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, so now we have. I'm sorry, did we say P next?
The Australian ballot.
Oh, the original. Yeah, discuss that further. Or is that not? Is there anything we need to discuss further? Is that thing?
Well, yeah, we should review the letter. Now that we've reviewed the creation of the letter.
I think it's what I really want to hear it.
There clearly is some dissatisfaction with the existence and phrasing of the letter, but that it does exist. I
Yeah.
think it's a good
I don't-
question. What is it saying? Where did it go?
And I'd like to add one of the things, for what it's worth during my time, chair, I had to sign off on a couple of letters. At least when I was chair, I had to sign off on a couple of letters like this for the same reason, that there was a deadline. And we had to submit a letter that basically said, we hereby give you the legal minimum in order to keep the grant process going. We will be in further touch. Unfortunately, sometimes these things are necessary, but I generally kept mine very short. It's just a matter of personal style. But it is what it is, and we are not handcuffed into endorsing any particular redevelopment over a creamery. We've just, whether you like the phrasing or not legally, we have agreed to discuss it. And if they decide they want to put a 24,000 seat football stadium over there, we're not handcuffed into saying, okay.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just wish I had found out somehow, rather than from two angry constituents, where I didn't have any response because I didn't know what they're talking about. So that's a good decision.
And as vice chair, it is good practice to say, so this came through.
As far as the actual content of the letter, I mean, there hasn't been any changes in our end or on the end since the letter went out. So
Okay, that works.
No, Lisa, I want to say, I frankly, I'm glad you brought this up because the attitude that we can't make mistakes is not a good attitude to have. We can and do make mistakes, and it's good to be reminded sometimes that maybe things could have been done a little better, but there will always be mistakes.
We're not human, I don't know what we are. So.
Well,
Art,
speak for yourself.
You've heard me say this before, but Adam and Lisa probably not, so. Even unpleasant communication is better than no communication. So I strongly encourage anytime anybody has a question, comment, concern, they vocalize that. And even discussions at this table, there are times when it's okay to have a 3-2 decision or a 4-1 decision. Don't feel like advancing an opinion that might not be a popular opinion shouldn't happen because that opinion matters, even if people don't agree with it. It's better to talk these things through than to not talk them through and let things fester. So thank you for bringing that up. Okay. As vice chair, I will review it.
Remember,
Yeah.
we'll have to teach you the secret handshake.
Anything else on you? Okay, so that will come before us at some point. So now it's P.
And the Australian ballot on the budget.
Oh, right. Please, I'm trying to find it out with my glasses.
So this is a question on how would the town go about asking or voting on moving the Australian ballot to the budget? Or the vote on the budget to Australian ballot, which is currently voted by the voice vote. So I guess let's start. There's two ways that this question could be solved. One could be by a petition to the select board, by the board asking to ask the board if they want to move it to Australian ballot. Or the select board to call a special meeting and put it on to the annual meeting to ask that question. I had been under the impression from the discussions about moving the date of town meeting with the LCT that there were two ways to ask this question. One is a vote on the floor of a special meeting or annual town meeting, which basically said, shall we move the budget to Australian ballot, or either pass it or it doesn't. In that conversation with the LCT, they said there was a second option where you could hold a special meeting, ask the question of, should we vote on Australian ballot about how to vote on the budget? So it's sort of a two-step process, but then that would open it up for us. But if that passed, then there would be an Australian ballot. And it would be voted on to say, do we move it to Australian ballot or not? When I double checked with the LCT, their guidance was that when the restrictions went into place for COVID and the legislature gave select boards the authority to move town meetings to Australian ballot without having to go to the voters for that. Some of the language in there indicated that you could not use that ballot to permanently move your budget to Australian ballot. They wanted that still to be voted from the floor, as it was, they were interpreting the statute. So the advice this time of the LCP is that the more conservative approach is the first approach with one vote. The second approach, they said, well, legal, they don't believe was really the intent of the legislature, especially based on their guidance around moving town meetings to Australian ballot around COVID. I followed up with Secretary of State. They were not super helpful. They basically sent back a number of statute references and bolded a few. So I think this stuff is technically legal to do it, but the guidance to be more conservative is the one vote. So if the board would like to explore the second option more, I could follow up with our attorney and get a legal opinion on, do they feel that you would be able to move forward on that? Because have to be the ones that defend it. Or if you want to select the one vote method, I think that's fairly easy to, and you can do it without it.
Jay? Okay, this reminds me of when we chose to move town meeting back from Monday to Tuesday. We did that by having a special meeting on a Saturday morning at the Richmond Library, and it was a very well attended meeting. It was not one of these when people show up. So my guidance is that people will come if they care. It's not going to be like 5 people make the choice for the whole town. I would prefer to do it that way, to call a special meeting at a time that don't do it on a school vacation week, for example, but do it, I think, Saturday morning. You don't have the issue with people who don't like Zoom, but who don't like to drive up the road. And ask the whole town, once and for all, do we want to vote the budget Australian ballot? That would be my preference, is just to call a meeting rather than going through the contortions of saying, we're going to call a meeting to discuss whether the question should be on the ballot, so we can then ask. It just gets confusing, and I don't think it's worth the effort.
Thoughts? Go ahead, Kara.
I think, Jean, are you speaking? I don't want to speak over you. Okay, I'll go. I just wanted to have you, could you tell us what the day was that meeting took place on that Saturday, Jay? Or can you guys research that? Because I think it's important to have the meeting. I don't know if it was in May or June. I don't think it was that far into the summer months so that people were gone away. I think it was still during the school year. So I would strongly recommend that you do it on a Saturday prior to school letting out and people going on vacation. But I do support what Jay just recommended.
I'm sure I can find the date here in a minute. Just, it'll take a second.
I think it was shortly after town meeting 2023.
Yes,
I think it was like April, May timeframe. And I think in order to warn a special meeting now,
I believe it was May 9th.
School gets out around June 20th. I think warn a meeting now, we wouldn't make it. So we could also check in with the town clerk to see what she might recommend. I think some initial feedback, the conversation already documented, is she thought maybe combining it with the general election. I can see pros and cons to that, but we could ask the clerk about what her recommendation would be as far as when to run this. I agree that during the summer months may not be the best time for people.
Excuse me, Josh, did you say how far out it has to be warned? How many days? Because that's why I didn't hear that earlier. Because again, the speakers are really hard to hear what exactly you guys are saying. I apologize for asking that question, but
Thanks. I'll try to speak more into the microphone. I think it's 30 some days, like warning a town meeting. So I think, to bring this back with an official, we're gonna warn this at the next meeting, we would pretty much miss the window of the end of the school year. Maybe get it to late June. I don't have all the paperwork ready to warn a special meeting right now. Tonight.
Do you want to bring the subject of warning a special meeting to the next select board meeting in April? Tonight?
I'll check in with the clerk and get her opinion. With Linda.
Okay.
It's hard to be so formal.
On the same topic, I know there's some surrounding towns, I can't remember. If it was this, they vote Australian ballot and they vote, it's not all one thing, town budget, police budget. Fire budget are like 3 items, I think. Do we have, like, obviously, we're not going to decide that right now. Is that something that needs to be decided on prior to the decision, or is that once we've decided to vote on a straight ballot, we have to be ready to decide how that's broken out, how granular? It's a good question. Seems like
It's definitely something we should know
on
about, right?
everything. Seems like the recipe for disaster. I guess the 2011 zoning. Yes.
We done with them for tonight? Sounds like we are.
Actually, yes, it took place on Saturday, April 29th. 2023.
So now we're moving to P.
See.
We're back in the original.
I think we're back in the original order now.
Oh, okay. So D.
D.
Oh, okay. Yep. Now it's focused. So you want to? Yeah.
So. VLCT held a training on open meeting. We opened that up that invited all committee members to attend. We had 14 committee members that attended the meeting on April 17th, 2024. It was about an hour and a half, pretty good overview of open meeting law, and there's a follow-up documentation for all those who attended. I think it's a good start on trying to do some more training on open meeting law.
I attended. I thought it was very well done. People have. VLCT, by the way, is not state law. They're just our hired consultants that would collectively unemployed. But they did a very good job of giving expert legal advice on how to comply with the law. And we did have quite a few people who were not just from the elected bodies, but from committees. Right. I know that the July 4th committee, which historically has been a bunch of people who get together and plan the celebration. Some of the people went to it and the meetings were like, okay, we got to dot our I's and cross our T's. That was the goal, is to get people realizing that even if it's a subcommittee, it still needs to follow the meeting. So I think it had, I think it had the intended effect.
Thank you, Jay. Update on the traffic signal at the intersection of Route 2 and Bridge Street. So I'll let Josh speak to this, but I'll just throw a reminder out. This intersection is controlled by the state. Them having Route 2 and they put in the new traffic signal there. So we have no authority over that, but we can be a conduit to channel information to the state. And there were a few issues. Josh walked through those.
See, this was installed on Friday, April 26th. I got communication fairly quickly that the red light for vehicle traffic was not engaging when the walk signal was in operation. I alerted V-Trans on Sunday morning. By Sunday evening, they had gone out and corrected that issue. Then it got, so now it goes to a walk signal for 7 seconds where everybody's red. People can get off the curb into the crosswalk, and then it goes to the flashing hand with the countdown. The parallel green comes on, which is how the signal had worked previously. And walkers continue across, traffic continues. There's signs up to say, be aware of pedestrians in the crosswalk. And that's the way that it is designed to function and is currently functioning, although it was not functioning correctly in the beginning. Then received some concerns that the volume of the traffic signal was basically inaudible. So asked them to correct that. They've turned it up some. I've asked them again if they can turn it up some more because it's still not really loud. If you go up there and push it, if you're standing 2 people away, it's hard to hear, and that should be louder. So I've asked them to increase that. There was also concern about the timing of the left-hand turn arrow and the right-hand don't turn arrow. Someone is performed thinking that they were on at the same time, or no, if the left-hand turn arrow was on and the don't right turn red was not allowing for both vehicles to turn. I went up there, that was not the case, but they kind of came on simultaneously. So you could be at the downhill with the red light saying, oh, we're going to go ahead and turn on red, whereas then the left-hand turn arrow comes on and somebody makes a left. So there was no delay. So I've asked them if they could put in a delay so that the right on red stops and then the left arrow stops. And then the same thing, the left arrow stops, the red delays for a little while, and then it goes to red, just to make sure the intersection is clear. I think they tried to adjust it, didn't get it quite right. Duncan and I have been up there pretty much Thursday, Friday, and again this morning to review. I sent another email to them today. They got back to say they're going to talk to the project engineer and we'll probably meet on site to just go over our concerns and see what we can do.
Thanks, Josh.
Art, I just have a question, since it's the 21st century and all, do they have to actually show up and program it in the box, or is that like
Well,
accessed virtually from a distant location?
yeah, it's a good question. So typically, my experience with this traffic signal has been that they've had a very quick response from V-Trans. Whenever there's like a malfunction or something going on, we call them, and day, night, weekend, they repair it pretty quickly and it's remote. But I think there's a unique situation that because the contractor is still on site and they installed this, they can't just remote do it. They have to call the contractor for that repair. Something about, that's the way it was explained to me. I don't know all the details of the contractual relationship there. But it sounds like it would be simpler if that was not in place at this point. I also think that this is a unique light. Usually you have a left-hand turn lane and there's probably very set standards you follow for that. This doesn't have a lane. And I'm not a traffic engineer, I'm just providing what I think is sort of common sense. So that's where they're gonna have their engineer review it and hopefully we get a good resolution for it.
The good news is this is a modern signal that is adaptable. In the past, anytime we've had any questions about this light, we've been told, oh, it's obsolete, we can't change anything. Here's what it is. Which hasn't been over too well with us.
It is a shame that there's no room for it, but it is what it is. Yeah. Unless the Cumberland Farms just disappeared somewhere.
I think once they get the timing down, I think it'll work. I think it'll be helpful,
It'll be better.
but trying to get the timing figured out.
Josh, you want to hit E?
Sure. So, at the last meeting, the board appointed 5 people to the town center and library building committee. In that interim, we've had another applicant, Matt Chironi, who would submit an application wishing to be appointed to the committee. So the board has 2 options: keep the committee at 5 or expand the committee to 6 and nominate Matt. Or appoint Matt. And I think the first meeting is on Wednesday for the committee. I'm not sure if Matt's here or not.
We do have a letter from him, but I just.
I know Matt pretty well, actually. I was talking to him about what was going on. We had talked about the project ahead of the vote inspection. So he had confidence to get involved and realize the committee was being reconstituted with people and you can actually get involved. It was here a couple of years ago. But I guess the thing that really motivated him is kind of not specific to this building, but it is construction projects. Actually build out kind of stuff.
Could you get closer to a mic? You're really hard to hear out of everybody. Sorry about that. Oh, much
so
better.
So here, Matt helps manage and build out huge projects as a project manager, and it's kind of his job. And so it would be a great expertise to have, and kind of prodded him a little bit to apply. He kind of thought about it and decided he was up for the punishment. His letter was a little mechanical and dry, but I think he actually does bring quite a bit to the table.
Yeah. In the interest of time, unless somebody else has a comment, I would be happy to make a motion.
So I guess one question, are we gonna bump the committee to 6? Is
That would be my thought. Okay, I move to expand the number of members in the town center and library building committee to 6 and to appoint Matt Chironi to the committee.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Lisa. So the motion is to expand the number of members on the Town Center and Library Buildings Committee to 6 and to appoint Matt Chironi to the committee. And we thank Matt for his interest. Absent any further discussion, calling the motion to a vote. This is a motion to increase the Town Center and Library Buildings Committee to 6 and appoint Matt Chironi to the committee. Please identify yourself and signify your vote.
This is Jay. Ballot, aye. Adam, aye.
And David, aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Matt.
Hold the microphone.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Okay. Next is consideration of approving a change to the Andrews Community Forest Committee bylaws. Josh, do you want to leave this up?
Well, I don't see anybody from the Andrews Community Forest. Is anybody here?
Ian
from
is here.
the Forest? Is it, Ian, did you want to speak to this? I noticed the request came in from Daniel Schmidt, but if there's anybody from the committee who wants to speak to it, go ahead. Otherwise, I can do the introduction.
Yeah, that's right there. Yeah.
See if he, okay, there he is. Go ahead, Ian.
I got unmuted. There you go.
So thanks, this is Ian Stokes, I'm co-chair of that committee, and the letter from Daniel Schmidt explains one reason for requesting this change, namely that it puts a burden on the representatives from the Conservation Commission and the Trails Committee to be present at all meetings in order to provide a quorum. Actually, there's a second part to this in my mind, which is that it also, in order to have that quorum, both members have to be present, and if the scheduled fourth Monday of the month is not possible for them, we have to juggle the meeting, and that puts a burden on other members of the committee and on the public who want to participate in the meeting. So removing that provision, but still hoping, of course, that both of those representatives can be present and participate, that would give us some room to maneuver and flexibility, and it would make it easier to conduct our business. Thanks.
And I think, just for clarity's sake, I think it actually says at least one member from the RCC and RTC, so only, oh, you're interpreting that to mean it has to be one member from each. So both members have to be present, okay.
So this wouldn't eliminate the requirement that those members are on the committee.
Yeah.
Just eliminate the requirement that there can be a quorum without the specific members present.
Correct.
It seems like an extremely reasonable request.
I would agree.
And then just in order to do this, because this is, the bylaws are part of the management plan, the management plan is governed by the select board and signed off on by the Vermont Land Trust. If the board approves this tonight, it still needs to go to the Vermont Land Trust for their official sign. Procedure.
All right, and if I read this correctly, in that the members of the committee who were present all voted in favor of this, does that include these RCC and RTC representatives in that vote?
That would be in the minutes, and I don't remember exactly. I think it was a unanimous vote, including those two representatives from memory.
Chairman,
Yes.
I move to change the Andrews Community Forest Committee bylaws by removing the requirement that at least one member from the Richmond Conservation Commission or the Richmond Trails Committee be present at each Andrews Community Forest Committee meeting.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have a second?
Adam, second.
Thank you, Adam. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, calling the motion to a vote. Please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Jay, aye. Ballot, aye. Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye. And David, aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Ben just shared the link in the chat.
Just getting the jump on the next agenda item.
Okay. So next is consideration of approval of the RUTF trail running event. Josh is pulling up the link.
So Ben Feinstein is the organizer of this event. He's on the call to probably give you a brief overview of the event and the request. I'll pull up the handbook here for you then.
Oh, great. I appreciate that. That was the link that I dropped, but thanks for putting that up. Yeah, so there's actually a mistake in the agenda. The Rutfest event is our fall race at Catamount. The summer event, this one is called the Aliza LaPierre Fan Club 50K. And this event would be in its third running this year using the same course as last year. And so we just wanted to bring it to the Richmond Selectboard and notify everybody of the intended race course and how it usually runs. The race course passes from Huntington and goes from Sherman Hollow up Main Road and then turns to do just a couple tenths of Dugway Road before passing into the Cochran's Area Trail Network. And once it is passed through Cochran's, we pop out at the cemetery, which is from the Merritt Parkway. And this then, and there's actually going to be a slight change to the course that you're looking at, but it will not affect the roads. And it crosses Cochran Road twice, but does not actually take place on Cochran Road, with the exception of a tenth of a mile right in front of the Cochran's ski area. So this event has been run very successfully for the last 2 years. Everywhere where we have runners passing through the roads, we have volunteers who help to manage traffic, especially on the crossing of Cochran Road. The crossing where we go from Main Road onto Dugway Road, we actually have an aid station at the Moultrip Family Farm, and those volunteers help manage traffic at that location. And we have signage posted everywhere to notify drivers that runners will be on course. And we generally pull the course the day after the event. So everything that is set up on the event day, July 6th, Saturday, would be removed by July 7th, that Sunday. Our rain date is the week following. We haven't had to use a rain date yet, but just keeping that in mind. I think I'll leave it there for now if you want to holler with questions.
Any questions?
As I recall, last year this went fine. There were some concerns said last year about people crossing the road. The volunteers did a fine job, and I don't recall there being any difficulty.
Lisa. Ben, question, do your runners run single file?
Yes, all the runners run single file. And because Richmond is towards the very end of the course, typically our runners who have done, for one of the events, they've run 16 miles. For the other event, they've run about 32 miles. They're very spread out by that point. So they're not coming in packs. They're coming 1 or 2 runners every few minutes.
Adam, you running that?
No, I have not. I was just looking at the course profile, and I have a lot of respect for anyone who runs this. So, yeah.
Yeah, we hit all the major mountain bike trail networks. It's a blast.
Okay, so this should be referred to in the motion as the ALFC trail running event and not the RUTF. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the ALFC 50K trail running event as presented to be held on July 6, 2024, with the rain date of July 13th, 2024.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have a second?
Adam will second.
Thank you, Adam. Any further questions before calling the motion to a vote? Hearing none, seeing none. This is a motion to approve the ALFC 50K trail running event as presented to be held on July 6, 2024, with a rain date of July 13th. Please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Okay, Mike.
Bard, aye.
Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye.
And David, aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Ben.
Thanks for your time, everybody.
Thank you.
Next is consideration of approving the Round Church Women's Run and associated road closures for the event on Saturday, July 20th, 2024.
That's Hillary Holmes is the race director for this event.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi. So this is the same race that we've run. I think we're in our 45th year. Hopefully you all have the letter requesting permission.
Yes.
Okay, great. Any questions for me? It's starts at 7:30. We were looking at brief road closures at Farr and Thompson just at the beginning of the race while there's a huge pack of runners. We're hoping it's huge this year. And then once the huge pack has gone past the start area, then our volunteers let traffic go through.
Any questions, comments, or concerns?
How many runners do you expect?
Well, we've had well over 100 runners. Last year was rough, of course, because of the change in the date and the flooding. I'm hoping that we'll have over 100 again this year. But because it's a walker and runner event, usually those participants get spread out pretty well after the start. So it's easy enough for cars to go in the one lane.
Bart?
This comes up occasionally from residents of Cochran Road about the police presence and traffic control. And it shows up as other requests. Maybe describe what the plan is for police presence, if you know.
Yep. So we usually have an officer right by the round church at the end of Cochran Road. That's at the west end. And then, of course, traffic is able to flow from east to west. And then we have volunteers just directing folks to be careful. So only one lane of traffic is open during the race. And then the police presence is just telling people that they can either wait or go around.
And a follow-up, do you have a commitment for a police presence or is that a request?
I will put in the request after I get permission officially to host the race. We've worked with Richmond before, and I just got a nice letter from Josh letting me know about the shared officer who's, I don't have it right in front of me, but who's working with Richmond and Heinsberg.
Yep.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments, Bard?
Well, just one other random comment for those of us who have not been to the Man and Machine business site lately. There's signage there that discourages parking for recreational pursuits. So absolutely worth contacting the owners, Heidi and Peter at Man and Machine.
Yep. Heidi's been a huge support to us over the years, so I definitely will reach out to her and check in. I appreciate the heads up because I didn't realize that had become an issue for them. So I'll call her tomorrow. She's right in my phone. I appreciate that.
Guess we're ready for a motion.
Well, I move to approve the Round Church Women's Run to be held on Saturday, July 20th, 2024, and authorize the closure of Farr Road, Thompson Road, and the eastbound lane of Cochran Road from 7:25 a.m. to 9:15 a.m. on the date of the event.
Thank you, Adam. Motion made by Adam, seconded by Lisa. Any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, calling the motion to a vote. Please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Bard, aye.
Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye.
And David, aye.
Thanks,
Thank you,
friends.
Hillary.
Have a good summer.
Thanks.
Thanks, you too.
Bye.
Next is consideration of approval for a coin drop for the July 4th committee to be held on. Oh, Gene, sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, what, it's not that I'm opposed to the Round Church Women's Run or anything, but I know parking for recreational activities is always an issue in town. So if there's going to be 100 people, where are they going to park?
That's a good question. And the suggestion is to park at Overrocker Park right on Cochran Road.
So like in front of the Prince's house, or, that's an issue for her, and that people park in her flower beds and everything else. I would think maybe they could direct people to the park or to the town center to park.
There'll be plenty of parking. Little League Baseball's over by that time of the year. I think there'll be plenty of parking at Volunteers Green on July 20th. Yeah. All right. Well, that was just a question I had, is where they were going to direct people to park, because I know there's been a lot of controversy about people parking in other people's property.
Yes.
All right. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. The next is consideration of approval of a coin drop for the July 4th committee to be held Saturday, May 25th. This is the Parade and Fireworks Committee requesting to hold a coin drop at the intersection of Route 2 and Bridge Street on Saturday, May 25th, from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. And Jay, what are you going to wear for a costume this year?
Well, that's actually a good question when you're talking about that. We will all be wearing proper road safety vests. There had been some concerns raised after prior coin drops in that we were not staying far enough back from the intersection. There's actually a law, you cannot be right at the intersection. I think we have to be at least 100 yards back.
100 yards. Okay.
It's a surprisingly long distance. We also have just acquired 4 large sandwich boards. So, and we have signage that we'll be putting up warning people that there is a coin drop ahead. Last year, another mistake we made was we had our Venmo code for donating, so people didn't have cash on them on a card, but we didn't have the I've already donated on the other side. So that caused some ill feeling because people were getting hit up multiple times. So we've addressed all these, and we will make sure that we don't make those mistakes this year. The plan is again to do it from what did we say, 8 to 3? So we would be looking, if anybody on the call is going, I want nothing more than to stand in traffic and demand money, reach out to us because we can hook you up.
I did hear anecdotally, last time that was run, we got a lot of donations from people with white license plates on their cars, which is interesting.
Well, the interesting thing last year was that out-of-staters donated very, very liberally. We were surprised. There was a lady who came through with her husband and a big camper van from South Carolina, had no idea what we were doing, but she gave us like $50.
Wow.
And she's never going to be, we're never going to see her again. But she's like, this is so cool. I love Vermont. So small town stuff. I'm like, so do we, lady.
Signed here.
Love that you love us.
Yeah.
Any further questions or comments? Oh, Connie, go ahead.
Yeah, we need to nail down the logistics of this. We've not agreed to Venmo. We've not agreed to GoFundMe like we used last year. We need to work out all those logistics. It was a total financial mess. The auditors forgave us because it was our first year, but this year they're not going to forgive us.
Right. And
So we need to have that meeting and get it all ironed out.
Right. We were going to meet the chair, the vice chair, the treasurer, and me and Josh this morning, and then 2 of the committee members had a catastrophe at their house. A car went right into it, and so we're going to have to reschedule it. But the meeting will be held to make sure that we have a logistically workable, legal, auditor approved method of handling the cash.
Okay. Are we ready for a motion? Line 127.
Move to approve the Parade and Fireworks Committee to hold a coin drop at the intersection of Route 2 and Bridge Street on Saturday, May 25th, 2024, from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Thank you, Adam. Do we have a second?
Bard, I'll second that.
Thank you, Bard. So the motion is to approve the Parade and Firework Committee holding a coin drop at the intersection of Routes 2 and Bridge Street, or 100 yards from the intersection of Route 2 and Bridge Street on Saturday, May 25th from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Any further discussion before calling the motion to a vote? Hearing none, calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Bard, aye.
Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye.
And David, aye. And thank you to the volunteers who are putting this together. It pretty well eats up a Saturday, and it's a big commitment. Moving on, consideration of reducing the Richmond Transportation Committee from 7 to 5 members. Josh, did you want to lead this up?
Yeah, so the Richmond Transportation Committee approved a motion at the April 23rd meeting, requesting a reduction in size of the committee from 7 to 5 members. I think the committee has actually been at 5 members for a while, and with the recent resignation, they're currently at 4 members. So they're concerned about meeting quorum requirements as previously discussed in the open meeting law. So a reduction from 7 to 5 would allow them to more easily make their quorum requirements. And if there is for some reason a sudden surge in interest in joining the committee, the board can always increase that from 5 back to 7.
Chris is here for whatever reason.
Oh, sorry, I think for the if there's somebody, Chris here. Do you want to talk to that, Chris?
Okay, we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move we reduce the staffing of the Transportation Committee from 5
From 7
to 7 to 5.
to 5. Thank you, Lisa. Do we have a second?
This is Jay.
Thank you, Jay. So the motion made by Lisa Miller, seconded by Jay Furr, is to reduce the size of the Richmond Transportation Committee from 7 members to 5 members. And as Josh pointed out, if the need arises, we can increase it back to 7 at some point in the future. Go ahead.
I would take 2 seconds to put in a plug for community members to arm wrestle over that one vacant seat that we have on the Transportation Committee currently. We meet once a month, the 4th Tuesday of the month now.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, calling the motion to a vote. Please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Bart, aye. Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye.
And David, aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Chris. And as Chris mentioned, there is opportunity to serve should anybody want to.
David, could I just make another comment? I will observe as our representative to the Regional Planning Commission that the Transportation Committee has been instrumental in moving projects forward from scoping to planning, contracting to completion. And many of us are daunted by the duration of years that takes, like 3 to 5 years, start to finish. And I think the Transportation Committee has been really helpful in the foresight of thinking like those in that cycle and moving things into the front end of the cycle to get them out the other end. Recognizing that there's only so many projects we can manage. I just think the Transportation Committee has been really effective at helping to move those forward. And at the front end, a lot of the money comes from not us. It comes from the Regional Planning Commission itself. So the front end has some distinct advantages in terms of the planning and scoping activities.
Thank you, Bart. Next, and this has changed, I believe, since the agenda was. Yeah, consideration of recommending to the town treasurer to purchase a 6-month certificate of deposit. And I understand that's the recommendation is now 750,000 with
Yep.
And I was glad to see Northfield Savings Bank. That's the bank.
So I'm Tim Bynton. I am the town treasurer. The town currently has, for some period of time, had excess funds going to several years of underspending, particularly the police department and then ARPA funds.
Can you slide closer to the microphone, please?
Yes, I can, Catherine.
Thank you so much.
Is that microphone working? Maybe test it.
Is the microphone working? Can you hear me now?
It is. Yes, it is. Much better.
So we have excess funds relating to underspending of the budget and ARPA funds that have not yet been spent. We currently have a total of $2 million invested in laddered CDs. About every 3 months, the CD matures and we reinvest it. The reinvesting of funds is not something that requires typically select board approval. In this case, however, we're increasing the amount. We had a 500 CD mature. We're increasing the amount to invest to 750, and we're doing it with a new bank. And it's the new banking relationship that requires select board approval. We've previously done our investments with TD Bank, but in interest of supporting a local business and also pursuing the best rates for 6-month CD, 6-month CD, we're recommending that we invest that with Northfield Savings.
Seems to be a peak in the interest rates, it's dropping down later for longer durations.
Yes, we do have a choice. We could, it's a judgment call about locking in for only 6 months at this rate versus longer at a slightly lower rate, but we're gonna, it's also a factor of item on the, later on this agenda about the ARPA funds and when they're actually gonna start to be used or sequestered. So we think 6 months is the appropriate time frame to buying these funds. Oh, but larger amount.
Right, 750,000.
750. 6 months.
Mark?
David, is it worth having at least a short conversation, and I do mean that, about how we come to have this available and need to find a place to put it to produce a return, because arguably we don't want to keep doing this forever. And Connie, I don't know if you have comments on about where we are with, cash balances and how much we put out here versus having it available and spent. I know we talked about this at the budget development phase, but I think it might be appropriate to at least mention it here.
So certainly a lot of this money is resulting from the unspent ARPA money and other reasons such as FEMA revenue coming in years after we had spent it. Our expenditures being lower due to vacancies in the police department. Many things have contributed to it. We have been putting about 500,000 towards the budget for several years now. So my concern was we looked at this carefully because we did put 500,000 of unassigned funds towards the highway budget, which means we did not raise $500,000 in taxes that highway needed for expenditures. So we did, Jim and I looked at, what is our cash flow? We have, if you look at tonight's warrant, I believe it's over $2 million. And even with that said, with the last round of taxes coming in, that's still going to leave our checking account with a good sum of money. This will actually be replacing the CD that just matured at the beginning of April. So we're increasing the 500,000 one that matured at the beginning of April with this $750,000 one. And then we have $1 million one maturing at the end of this month, which will go back to the banks again to see what they have to offer for that. Jim and I will revisit the budget status and where our cash flow is at to determine, do we renew it for $1 million or do we maybe bring it down to 750,000?
Thank you, Connie.
Or did that answer the question? I think so. There may be comments from taxpayers.
Jack?
Yeah, so
You gotta come up.
I went to the bank today.
You gotta come up.
Yeah. The bank pays 12,000 in taxes. And then last time we had them going to TD Bank, and TD Bank left the businesses in town. Then when they closed up, then wouldn't sell it. So this stage is going up. So they're saying, I don't have any stock in it, but yes.
I agree with you, Jack. Okay, we're ready for a motion. And the memo says 500,000, it's now 750,000.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we grant Connie the authorization to invest $750,000 in on CD if the commission chooses.
It's the treasurer.
Yeah, there is, right. Yeah, not Connie first.
So there's
It's either Jim finds.
there's two, so there's two motions. There's one to recommend to the treasurer to purchase a 6-month certificate deposit from the Field Savings Bank in the amount of 750. And then the second motion after that goes to is approving the note. Sorry, I just want
No,
to,
that's right.
just because statutorily,
Right.
the treasurer could do this, I think,
Right.
even out in the public meeting, but we'd like to try to be transparent. And that's why it's a recommendation to the treasurer to do.
So Lisa's motion is to recommend to the treasurer to purchase a 6-month certificate of deposit from Northfield Savings Bank in the amount of $750,000. And we have a second.
Adam Wood, second.
Thank you, Adam. Motion made by Lisa, seconded by Adam. Not seeing any further discussion, calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Okay. Bard, aye. Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye.
And David, aye. So next, I need a motion to approve the warrant for a check for $750,000 to Northfield Savings Bank for the purchase of a 6-month certificate of deposit.
This is Bard, so moved.
Thank you, Bard.
I'll say.
Thank you, Lisa. So motion made by Bard Hill to move to approve the warrant of a check for $750,000 to Northfield Savings Bank for the purchase of a 6-month certificate of deposit. Motion seconded by Lisa Miller. Please identify yourself and signify your vote to the motion.
Okay. Bard, aye. Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye.
And David, aye. Thank you. And thank you, Connie.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So Josh and Connie, you want to lead us through a review of the third quarter fiscal year 24 financials?
Sure. So the usual financial documents are included in the packet. I've got just a really sort of high level couple of points to note, and then I'll let Connie fill in if she has anything else to add. Interest continues to be higher than budgeted due to higher than anticipated interest rates and purchases of certificates of deposit. Police continues to have vacancy savings as expected as we continue to seek for hiring there. And in the highway budget, salt and sand are significantly below budget due to a milder winter. As we talked about last week, we did put some of that money. Actually, no, we used up the money for the speed hump for the line painting. We used we talked like that, so, like that, it's all said. Tanya, do you have any more to add and any highlights you want to do?
No, I think as far as the budget status, those are the highlights. Of course, everything changes a month later, so.
Questions from the board?
These are financials I like. Sounds like we're ready to move on. Next is public feedback regarding the preferred design for the Thompson Road, Huntington Road, Bridge Street, and Cochran Road intersection, and consideration of approval of a preferred design. This isn't a public hearing. This is just public feedback.
Correct. It wasn't really a statutory need for a public hearing, but when this came to the board a couple meetings ago, there was a desire by the board to get some more information, some more feedback from the public. There wasn't a whole lot that first night. We've made a couple of posts on Front Porch Forum about this in addition to the agenda being posted to seek feedback. I included a couple of emails that I received into the packet regarding this topic. But now it's more of a open to the public, and we remind people to come to the table to speak on this and receive feedback. After this, really the decision from the board, we kind of have, I think, three options, and Chris or Steve can jump in more, but it's approve one of the two designs that are presented in the packet, or vote to do nothing.
Jack is just itching to come up and tell us what you.
Before we do that, maybe I don't know if Chris or Keith have anything to add to my overview. Chris might have a better presentation or more to add, but I'll defer.
No, I don't really have much to add. Just as what I said at the last select board meeting, we've looked at this intersection for about 18 months to 2 years. It's one of the first projects that we looked at. We didn't really dig into it at that time, and we asked consultant for additional options. They provided this alternative with the island. So we basically broke it down. The committee, as you mentioned earlier on the select board meeting, the committee was, some were split, some wanted one more than the other, and others couldn't decide between the two. So it really was a variety of opinions, but both of them, we feel either option would achieve a better intersection for the town.
Thank you, Chris. Jack, you're not on the edge of your seat. There we go.
It's a unique intersection for sure. And I've traveled through it at all times of the day. I had a delivery service for years and years and years. I only seen one accident. And I don't think we need to spend much money on it. Put some good signs up, warning people to be alert. It's no worse than Faze Corners. Faze Corners is the same deal. I pinch my pennies, and I think the town should here put some nice signs saying, hey, you don't have the right of way here. People keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. You look like you want to say something.
Pay attention to this. Can I come down?
Yeah.
Jacqueline.
I have attended several meetings and understand the designs. Option 2 spends more, but it doesn't change the traffic flow. It is still the same traffic pattern as we have it now. Okay, your option 1, I believe that puts up a 4-way stop. Nice. But every time a vehicle starts and stops, option it pollutes them more. Okay, but I don't believe it's necessary to go over to a 4-way stop. top, I agreed there with the gentleman over here. We need to put up more signs so that everybody knows as to who stops and who does not stop at that intersection. Okay?
Mr. Bissett, we're asking, and people want to know who you are. Just introduce yourself.
Oh.
Say your name.
Andy Bissett.
Thank you.
Okay? And I want to into the radiuses of the corners are wide as they are now. Because it makes it easier that for the school buses that are turn and the trucks and trailers. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ian, I think you're next, and then Aaron.
Yes, thank you. This is Ian Stokes. I usually go through this intersection from Huntington Road, heading towards the village on Bridge Street, and on a bicycle. My comment, I think, has been mentioned in the past, is as an interim measure, is there some way to provide better markings on the road, striping or whatever, to make it clearer to road users that which has the priority, the right of way going through that intersection? That's my question. Thanks.
Aaron?
So I was hoping Ashley would be home. He had some questions, but I believe that our major questions, a couple of things with the four-way stop, we were thinking about, like, in the morning, we already watched traffic get significantly backed up from all the business at, like, the Bridge Street light. And so we're just a little concerned and wondering about what might happen if you put a four-way stop sign there and how much more that might cause traffic to back up. And to some of the points that other people have made, we have some thoughts and agreement that it seems like it would make sense to make some better markings in the road. And I understand that it is probably going to be repaved or whatever in the near future. And I think the water line has something to do with that. But it does seem like better markings with what we have currently would make a lot of sense. And I know Ashley mentioned that he was wondering what has been tested, measured, like however you would say that, about the angles in the road with the four-way stop option. I'm on a meeting. And also with the island option, he had some concerns about people turning everybody from school buses to farm equipment to larger, like, tractor trailer trucks. We see a lot of traffic, and he definitely had some concerns about where it's tightening, will things be able to fit through? So I guess we sort of feel, being close to the corner, that we understand there are people that walk and recreate, and we want it to be safer for them. But I don't know that either of us are totally sold on what we're seeing yet. Have some more questions. And maybe some of that is on us, that we haven't been to some of the meetings, but we do have some questions, and I do think that better signage up front would be helpful.
Thank you, Aaron. So I guess I'll ask the people that know more about this than I do. A couple points have been raised, questions about the signage, the effect an island would have for trucks and buses, right of way, and the radii of curves. Does anybody have any information they want to share on that before I go to the next person with a hand up?
What I can tell you is the traffic engineers and the consultants who designed the picture we're looking at with the island looked at the swept paths of 18-wheelers with 53-foot trailers on them, and those vehicles were able to get through that intersection without mounting the curb or hitting the island. If you have an overlength trailer, the island is constructed in such that whatever rise the town wants, whether it's no inch, 1 inch, 3 inch in terms of the mountable island, because that island is intended to be mountable by a vehicle that's too large to get through that intersection. But what we understood from the traffic engineer was this was designed, as Mr. Bissett mentioned, even with the bump outs. And you can see there's a bump out on the Round Church Green, and not too much of one on the other side. And so, yes, it can accommodate the vehicles that you mentioned, Aaron.
Thank you, Chris. Aaron, did you have a second comment, follow-up question? Is your hand still up?
Yes, I remembered one other thing that Ashley wanted me to ask was, he was also thinking about, we see a lot of traffic going through there, and right now that stop sign coming off of Cochran Road is not well used. It has definitely changed to more of a yield situation for a lot of drivers, and he made the point that if there was some more, and I realize we have no police department, but if there was some more monitoring of that intersection, that might help having people stop, because right now you see cars all the time just zooming right through that intersection. That was it.
Agreed. Thank you. Kara, and then we'll go to Jean and Susan.
I do agree with what has been said. I do not support the four-way stop. I think that's not environmentally friendly, as well as it's gonna cause more congestion and more issues. The four-way stop is. I am very concerned about if that island, I think it potentially does impede truck traffic with trailers, etc., making that curve, making that corner. But if it's just something on the road, almost like painted and no real rise there, then I guess that isn't an issue. But I 100% support more signage, both on the pavement, like stop ahead, like for the Cochran Road stop. I agree. People are just kind of rolling around that stop sign and not making that stop there. But also signage that drivers can read as they're coming to the intersection. I think those are two major things, both on the pavement and on signs, that we haven't even truly addressed to the level that we should have before we start to make major intersection changes.
Thank you, Kara. Jean?
I agree with Kara 150%. I think everything she said is right on the money. Let's start out small. Improve the markings on the road, put new signs up. I mean, I would even go so far as to say, put those flashing lights out there. I think somebody said in the past that people tend not to even bother to use them, or drivers ignore them. But let's start out small and see if that doesn't resolve the issue before we do a total redo of that intersection. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, I've lived in town for almost 50 years and have never experienced an issue at that intersection. So I understand there's more people in town and it's getting busier and blah, blah, blah. But let's try something simple first and then go to the more complicated if we need to.
Thank you, Jean.
So that's my 2 cents.
Before I make my comment, maybe Chris could talk about what some of the state folks said about this intersection and how dangerous it is.
It is on the VTrans high crash location for intersections, which means that you have to have a minimum of 5 crashes within a certain time period. I don't remember what the time period is. This intersection has had 6 crashes. That doesn't count near misses. That doesn't count cars screeching. When we had hearings on this intersection, we heard from many people in town who have had near misses. We also heard from people in town who've lived here for 40, 50 years and never had a problem with the intersection. My own experience with the intersection is I've never had a problem with it because I know to watch out for out-of-state license plates, either parked at Cochran's or Thompson's, because they don't know what they're doing. And I look for a lot of green plates. If I get a lot of green plates at the intersection, I recognize some people, I'm more comfortable going forward. But I haven't had a problem with it. I haven't had a near miss, but people on the committee have, and lots of people who testified at our committee have. And so, you know, the 6 crashes are crashes over a certain dollar value in terms of vehicle damage, and they have to be reported to the police in order to get on the crash location map. There's a lot of crashes that don't get reported to the police between automobiles. And so those are significant crashes if you're reporting them to the police. You know you're getting your insurance company involved, not just minor fender benders. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Susan, does that answer your question?
Well, I wanted people to hear that, but I also, taking off my transportation committee hat and putting on my neighbor hat, and I can tell you how many times during the week we hear screeching tires. And people turn around weekly, or more than weekly, in our driveway because they've gone the wrong way. And that mountable island that, as Chris said, does not impede turning trucks at all. That mountable island serves as a traffic calming measure. And again, as someone who lives at the beginning of Cochran Road, I can tell you how fast those cars come down from Huntington Road, cross that intersection, and go storming down Cochran Road. And as someone who bikes and walks in that area, it is very, very tricky trying to get across there. It's a very dangerous intersection.
Thank you, Susan. John?
Hey, I sent an email out to the select board members, so I'll make it really quick, but I think it proved that every school bus is going to have to go over that mountable island. And even if it's a low curb, I know what a 2-inch pothole feels like in a school bus. Asking every kid to go over that mountable island seems unsightly, seems unfortunate. Likewise, any mountable island, I'm assuming, is going to need maintenance. It's going to wear out. Or if it's a painted thing, it's going to have to be painted on a regular basis. My office looks right out at, we're right by Stone Corral, rather. And I certainly see a lot of vehicles going by our office at a higher rate of speed. And it seems like there's concern about cars coming from Huntington going fast down Cochran Road. And it seems like having a stop sign there would prevent that. Having the mountable curb pushes vehicles in that direction. It doesn't seem to appear to interfere with it. It looks like it's more or less a straight shot through. Doing the math, it looks like the mountable island is $90,000 to $150,000 more than a 4-way stop, and that's like the full build out of the 4-way stop. I loved what Pete Goslin said at the last meeting. Let's try less expensive first, less expensive option first. If the additional markings that are proposed don't do it, can we just put up 2 stop signs and the necessary traffic pattern signs? So we try it and see if the backup does occur, if it does back up traffic to FARs or not. If not, we haven't. If it does, we try something else. If it doesn't, we've saved $123,000, which is what the 4-way build out looks like it's going to be. 4-way stop build out is going to be.
Thank you, John. I'm going to go to MMC TV, Aaron, Lisa, then back to Kara, because Kara's had a first speak. So, Aaron?
Hey, I just wanted to speak as myself, not MMC TV, because I live in this area too, Aaron Wag. One thing I've noticed kind of throughout town and especially here is the sidewalks, those walkways aren't painted. So, I mean, I know they exist, but if you can't see them, it's as if they're just not there at all. And it seems like what we really need to do is paint our walkways a couple of times a year because they just wear out. So that seems like an easy thing we could do, except also a lot more work for the highway department. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. Lisa?
Hi, yeah, I think it's already been established by the traffic engineers that it's a dangerous intersection. So I feel it's important to actually do something about it, and more signage might help to some degree, but we all know that signs only go so far and people stop looking at signs when you have too many of them. I like the 4-way stop because I feel like the most important issue at that intersection is that it's confusing unless you already know how it works. And I'm a little bit less concerned with drivers who already live right there and know how the intersection works. And we have a lot of out-of-state people that are coming down Cochran Road and going into town and going out to Huntington. So I think 4-way stop is very clear to everyone. You stop, you watch, and you go. As far as I walk down there quite often, and it's very dangerous. I try, never to walk down to Stone Corral unless I'm, going across someone's yard. It's just really, really challenging. And I always cross down at the Round Church Road because I don't want to go up near that intersection. So it'd be nice to have actual, the 4 crosswalks, the stop signs, everyone knows what they're supposed to do. It seems like a simple solution that should give a really good outcome.
Thank you, Lisa. Kara, then Aaron.
I actually just have a question to see if, when we're talking traffic patterns and studies and understanding from engineers, since Thompson Road has another outlet out on Far Road, have they considered closing Thompson Road so it's only a 3-road intersection versus 4? And so the inlet and outlet to Thompson would then be routed on Far Road.
I don't know the answer to that, Kara. I do know that the other outlet is it's sort of a blind intersection. I've pulled out of there before and I've had a really hard time seeing oncoming traffic, but that's just my observation.
I'm just curious because it's less traffic if you reduce it by a road.
And Kara, I don't know if you can see John Cart just came to the microphone. He might have an answer for you, John.
I'm John Cart. I'm also a member of the Transportation Committee, and a version of that proposal was discussed and looked at by engineers. Maybe having the Thompson Road just be an outlet and inlet through Fall Road or the other way around. It did not fare well during the public meetings that we had, that the Transportation Committee had. Pete Dawson wasn't very fond of the idea, so it didn't go very far. But it's definitely, it adds another, it's an interesting idea.
And I think the solution, and just to let you know, John, the solution might be, it's just because the intersection where you were coming in, David, off of Far Road might just need to be raised up a little bit too.
Yeah.
That's your issue. But yeah, I'm just curious.
So I'll just add, the other thing I'll say is that when we did this work with engineers who were contracted through the Huntington County Regional Planning Commission, when we first told them, like, we didn't want to go with the recommended roundabout, which would be the big expenditure. This stuff is much smaller. They were really uncomfortable with putting their names on the report that would just go with the no change alternative. They were so worried about this intersection as it stands that they then came back to us with a bump out.
David, can I ask one more question? Isn't there a safety issue with the fact that you don't have sidewalks and all the way around this intersection? Isn't pedestrian traffic an issue here as well due to lack of sidewalks? So people don't know where to walk and where to step and where not to step. So that also interferes with the flow of traffic.
It is, and that's been part of the conversation as well. John, maybe you want to speak to that as well.
So both the proposals, alternative 1 and 2, would include a new sidewalk on the south side of Huntington Road. Between the Stone Corral parking area and the intersection. Thank you, Vanna. Appreciate that.
But isn't it Cochran Road? Pedestrian
So-
traffic is an issue too?
A sidewalk or a path along Cochran Road is a much bigger question. It's being picked up by the select board and another study. But yes, Kara, that pedestrian traffic and bicycle traffic on Cochran Road.
No, I'm not talking the full length. I'm talking just this intersection area. That's all. Thank you.
So each corner would get a paved sidewalk with ADA ramp down to create safe spaces for pedestrians to use. The
With
next
those
step of
traffickers?
the connected sidewalk will be phase 17 or 18 of this project.
Thanks, John. Aaron?
So 2 quick things to consider. I asked Ashley, the farm equipment that we have, just as an observation, is 17 to 20 feet long. And I saw 15 feet written somewhere with the raised bump up thing. So I do think that's something to think about. It's not just us, but things are, I think it says 15 feet minimum somewhere. But I do think that that could be too narrow for many things. And the
So
other
Aaron, I'm
question-
not an engineer, but the mountable island is more of a visual than a physical barrier. So there might be a slight increase, but it's easily navigable by longer vehicles and farm
Okay.
equipment.
Okay. And the other thing I was going to ask was, if we aren't sure about like how the stop signs would work and whatnot, I know that the curbing makes sense probably in the long run for crosswalks, et cetera, but are physical stop signs and road markings something that could happen? And then if we say, wow, this is really working well, then we go through and redo the curbs and all the crosswalks?
Possibly. MVB.
Hey, this is Maria Brown. I also am a resident of Cochran Road. And we had very similar thoughts to what Aaron just raised, which is like, what is the good, fast, cheap way to try some of these things? In particular, the 4-way stop, right? It seems, I know a ton of work has gone into this, and I know that our ideal for future is to have all of the benefits of sidewalks and curbs and all of that. But, the immediate need that we have is to make sure that as cars are coming up Bridge Street and making a left onto Cochran Road, we know what the car that has the right turn signal is actually going to do. Are they going to turn right on Thompson, or are they actually going straight? That's one of the really confusing things that we experience coming home, is we're trying to make that left and we have no idea, Vermont plates or not, whether that right turn signal that people are throwing on seemingly as a courtesy is actually being clear about what they're intending to do. And that causes a lot of confusion. There's a couple other thoughts that I just wanted to share. And I also apologize for not having been part of previous meetings. We were away during the informational session that was held a couple weeks ago. But there are 2 major intersections, one that's been a 4-way stop in Williston for a long time, which is a very high traffic area by their schools with their school buses. But more recently, the intersection on Heinsberg Road over by CVU that used to be just like ours, and they Jersey barriered it and they made it a 4-way stop, presumably for very similar reasons that we are talking about our intersection. And they have done the 4-way stop. They just put up a sign and they're trying it. And from my perspective, like, that is a low cost, 4 signs seems very inexpensive to me. And I do want to acknowledge all of the comments regarding the environmental impacts. The thing that I'll say is that many, many vehicles nowadays, especially in town, are either electric or have that automatic engine cutoff when you come to a complete stop. So those environmental impacts are less than they had been previously, though I do acknowledge that they still exist. So I do encourage the town, definitely signage, definitely painting, but I think trying the four-way stop and seeing how it goes, it's not a permanent solution. If it doesn't work or if it doesn't improve, we can always change it again. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
Yes, that's a really great point, is that we can change it. Part of this design is also, as John's mentioned, to put a sidewalk along Huntington Road on the other side, because otherwise you're crossing back and forth to try to get to Stone Corral if you're coming down Cochran Road. I think the four-way stop is the safest for everybody concerned, and it really is very confusing when people come down Huntington Road, whether they're going to turn or are they going to go straight. There's just no way to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Anybody in the room want to share anything? Okay.
Right, there's a drawing of where the speed humps are planned. Isn't there one just a little bit to the east of here, Cochran Road?
Yes.
Might also, the second time somebody hits one, I think they'll remember it's there from the first one. Maybe they won't go roaring through that place. That might help them.
Jay?
Okay, so, I tend to pick the safest alternative because of a number of factors. One, I'm probably one of the few people who's read the manual from traffic control devices. Signage only works up to a point. Anybody who has looked at all the signage we put up encouraging people to obey speed limit, you know they don't work at all. I mean, at all.
It's hard to hear you. It's hard to hear you. Can you?
I will speak louder and right to the mic. Signage on Cochran Road saying please observe speed limit do not work at all. We have seen so many times, you can't live in this town without seeing people go right past a 25-mile-an-hour sign at 50 miles an hour. And that's why we're having to put speed bumps in, because it's basically you're risking your own life to go walking on that section of Cochran Road there without speed bumps. Signage does not work. People learn to ignore it. You know they do. We all do. So I'm tired of, you have your right to your opinion, but it's the thing of let's just put up some signage. You're asking people to risk their very real lives by saying, oh, we'll just put up signage, which you know will not work. It won't. As somebody who often pedestrians there, which is a new word I coined a couple of meetings back, what's been said about you don't know when somebody's coming from Huntington Road, are they going straight, are they turning? They never signal. Whichever way they're going, you're standing there waiting and waiting and waiting for the stream of cars to stop long enough you can get across, and that can take a while. Another thing that has not been mentioned tonight is people who are not highly mobile, people who are mobility impaired, people who we've heard about the road cuts, we've heard about cuts to get wheelchairs across, but there are people who are walking, but they're just not able to jump out of the way of a car. And the mountable curb, among other things, school buses going over it, that's not going to be fine, but the mountable curb is still not stopping people from zooming right through. And when you see somebody crossing, you may think, oh, well, I'm sure they'll be able to get out of my way by the time they get there. And you don't know that they can't. And I want the safest alternative. And the four-way stop, after all the stuff I've heard, is definitely the safest alternative. You've heard Chris say that the do nothing option, frankly, will not work. And the mountable island, I don't think makes significant improvements to the safety. I think the safest way to do this is to put up the four-way stop. Is
that a motion?
No, because these people haven't had a chance to speak.
I talked to, so our, both our kids, well, one of them still goes to the daycare there and the other one used to, a bunch of friends that all walk their kids from town through this intersection every day. And every single one of them said it's scary to walk across, and that they've all had a pretty close encounter, specifically when they have kids, because they're less mobile and you can't get across as fast. So I have a hard time doing nothing, from a pedestrian standpoint. I do think that it's a dangerous intersection, and it's inevitable that something will happen to a pedestrian at some point. From the perspective of it being a dangerous intersection for cars, from my personal experience being in the fire department, we've never gone through an accident there. And I talked to everyone in the fire department in 56 years that the chief has been in the chief. He's never been there for an accident. There might be accidents, but they're not accidents that require even antifreeze cleanup or anything. So I think that in my mind, the real driving force is pedestrian safety, car safety, and cars are safe now, and everyone's going relative to car accidents pretty slow in this intersection. But a person getting hit at 20 miles an hour is still catastrophic and potentially fatal. I do think there's some drawbacks to the four-way intersection though, but kind of have to wrap my head around whether if we do nothing with the sake of saving everyone some time and someone dies there, whether I can live with myself on that. And I'm not entirely sure I could, knowing that we saved 1,000 people 1 minute. I don't think that I don't know what a life is worth, but I don't think it's 1,000 minutes. So, obviously those aren't true calculations, but open to ideas. I think we need to do something. So. I do think it's not, I don't know. I think that the state status saying it's a dangerous intersection is not, doesn't tell the true picture of what's actually dangerous about it. So I think that it's important to get ahead of that and point out that the pedestrian safety is I think should be the real driving force behind our decision.
So I'll say, I'm gravitating towards the alternative one, four-way stop. I don't walk through this on a daily basis, but probably monthly. Often with dogs who are not running through the intersection, they're sort of like looking at other stuff. Yeah. And on leashes, so they're next to me, but I have to sort of pay attention because the traffic is not always stopping, even where there are marked crosswalks. So I'm inclined to think of four-way stops and improve the pedestrian crosswalks and sidewalks in at least several segments here, and then pause and see how helpful that is. I'm a little hard pressed to say how we'll know it's helpful other than ask people as if you feel safer than you felt before.
And I guess I'm inclined to, we do the temporary four-way stop and we gauge the level of complaints on traffic backups. Aaron, you're probably the closest person that lives on that side of the road, but aside from the potential traffic issues, I mean, do you guys have concerns about the navigating the intersection and all that if it's a four-way, or is it really just the traffic issue in the morning?
What are your concerns about the four-way option?
Well, I think the four-way is obviously traffic both morning and night is, I don't know what percentage it is, but it's the greater majority of the traffic runs Bridge Street, Huntington Road. And I guess you've got that, the potential view that I'm seeing here narrows the road up, which is always mind-boggling to me that we just keep shrinking stuff down and there's nothing that gets smaller nowadays. I mean, all of our vehicles are bigger, trucks are bigger, farm equipment's bigger, and we keep making roads narrower. So there's no common sense applied in that approach. And with the existing intersection, I don't know what number of vehicles stop coming off of Cochran Road, and that's vehicles and or bikers. But that could be addressed. I know we're short police staff, but if we're truly concerned about safety, enforcing the existing laws may be a great place to start. And the last thing that I have to say about crosswalks is I understand that it is a state law that you stop for pedestrians and crosswalks, which I think the majority of people do. Common sense still needs to play a role in this. You look both ways before you cross the road. if nothing's coming across. You don't look both ways and see a vehicle, 100 feet away and say, well, I've got the right of way. The end result, if you get hit, is not great. So I'm kind of wondering, are we creating a four-way intersection to inconvenience whatever the vehicle number is, multiple thousands of cars a day, to appease 20 people a day that use that crosswalk? And it just seems like there may be a lot of inconveniences for everybody else to appease a pretty small percentage of the population, when if we use the existing crosswalks that were there, we enforce the stop sign that's on Cochran Road and Thompson Road for that matter, that may improve our safety altogether. But that's my take on it.
Is there room to put like on flashing? I know we talked about we don't want to oversaturate the town, and that's been the thing, but it seems like is there one at the Round Church right now? There is not, right? No. So would this be would it be too close to the others? I don't think so. I mean,
There's kids crossing here.
We also, those of you who know Oak Hill Road and Wilson Road and North Wilson Road, the legendary, they've got at each stop sign now a big red light right on the stop sign, call attention to it. That is a relatively low cost improvement without having to put a big, one of those parallel flashers. It's something we could look at.
an enhanced stop sign if you will.
Yes, if you will.
I was just thinking about something to, I guess, to get from the corner to Bridge Street, Huntington Road corner over to the Huntington Road, Thompson Road corner seems to be the spot that pedestrians have the, I think all of them are kind of tricky. So that seems to be one of the more trafficked spots for pedestrians. Seems like a prime spot for flashing crosswalk. I know that those get my attention. They work well. That's extremely anecdotal, so honestly, it's not a scientific.
On the subject of anecdotal thing, one thing that might make you think of, and I forgot to say, is how quiet cars are getting. If you can't hear a car coming up, and it's daytime and you don't see their light, it's very easy to say, walk right out in front of the car that you don't know it's there. It's not we can't make all the laws for people who don't look this way or probably I think what I said, but it is a concern for people like kids who don't know the car is there and run right out. It's just another little thing to take into account.
Go ahead.
After listening to the conversation, I guess most everybody's in favor of the four-way. So I would encourage the board to adopt optional one, which includes the sidewalks and the crossings, as crosses in the four-way stop, because I think it is the best option on there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jean?
So I'm sitting here listening to all these comments, and I go through that intersection just about every single day. And I can't recall seeing any crosswalks marked on the pavement. Are there crosswalks marked today?
No, just one.
So there's part of the problem, right? There's no crosswalks. People don't know where to cross, where to walk. The cars don't know what to look out for, other than if you see a person in the road, obviously you don't want to hit them, right? So can't we just make sure, let's get the crosswalks marked. Let's see how that goes. If that doesn't work out, then put the stop signs in. I'm telling you, I've come through when I was working at Keurig and I was coming through Williston in the evening or in the morning going to work. The traffic backed up miserably at those stop signs. It was horrible trying to come through there. And so I would hate to see that happen here as well. I don't think you have as much traffic coming through, but then I don't know that for sure. but so let's start out with just get those freaking crosswalks marked and see what happens. Put up the flashers like you have going across Bridge Street. I know, Jay, you've said that people ignore those, the cars ignore them. Well, the cars ignore stop signs and red lights, and I know a woman who was killed crossing a 4-lane highway when she had the right of way and a driver ran the red light and killed her. So it's like, you can't fix every problem in the world, but start with getting the crosswalks marked.
Well, I'd just like
All
to
right.
add one thing.
Thanks, Gene.
It's not that the flashing crosswalks aren't. Not that the 4-way crosswalks, flashing lights that we have on Bridge Street are a bad idea. It's just if you overdo them, they get to be a problem. If we put one there at the most critical crossing, that since the next one is literally on the other side of the bridge, I don't think that's oversaturation. So I'm not opposed to adding some.
I think that was the plan.
Yeah.
Okay, we do have a long agenda and we have spent a lot of time discussing this, and it looks like hands are down now. Is somebody prepared to make a motion?
We want to discuss it. We said, I mean, I've listened to a lot of stories about 4-way stops, and I still think I go with Pete Gosselin. He's been proven to have a good advice. And Pete says, go with the simplest option. If that doesn't work, yes, but well, the 4-way stop is the simplest option. And I'd like to see it.
I think the only thing I would say, I think the one thing I'd argue is that the simplest option would be to ensure that the measures we have in place are actually in place and clear, one, and then add the flashing
I'll get with that. Yeah.
activated light. I think that while that's obviously not going to make as much of a difference as a 4-way stop, that's a huge step in the right direction. Especially, I know the big concern that was raised by a couple of people was that they're walking to get their kids at 4:30 in December. It's dark out. So a flashing light alone would add a massive, hugely boost their confidence in that cars. 99% of cars are going to see something flashing and there's something.
It's also illuminate kids.
It's not something that's flashing all the time, so it draws their attention. If that's flashing, there's a reason it's flashing. Someone was there and pushed that button. Good point. So I think I would say the 4-way of the complete overhaul is the 4-way might be the simplest, but not necessarily the simplest or fastest solution.
So it strikes me that the pedestrian crosswalks work best when they're conjoined with a stop sign versus often the flashing lights are in the middle of a block where you're asking people to stop randomly sometimes. So the idea of a stop sign, and at least how I was raised as a little kid, you go to the edge of the sidewalk and you look at the people coming up and you make sure they see you before you enter the crosswalk, right? Yeah. And that's one of the benefits of the stop signs, that if you're at the crosswalk, people at least are obligated to stop, whether they do or do not. But you have this moment where they're compelled to stop and you can look at them and they look at you. So it seems to me that is a safety feature for both pedestrians and vehicles. And we've heard about fog lines and other maintenance. So as traffic has increased, both vehicular and pedestrian, I hark back to, this intersection that's artifact of what, 1850, 1830? I mean, it was horses. And horses generally don't run into each other unless they're startled and running away. So now we essentially inherited an intersection designed for horses that now is using vehicles and people and bicycles.
So it might be time for an improvement. You're suggesting go back to horses? Is that the or pedestrian?
But I think that's just to start with the baseline. How come it doesn't work better? Because it's kind of an artifact of history, I think. So I guess I'm inclined to go with a 4-way stop sign and then keep our pedestrian marking sort of up to date. I just looked at Google Earth and you could see one funky crosswalk marked across Huntington Road, and that's the only one you can see. There's one, and it's kind of at an angle. So I think if we put these in a place where, as I understand it, Chris, perpendicular is the ideal, where it really is like a 90-degree angle to
If you look at the design that's on there right now,
Yeah.
they're all at perpendicular angles. If you look at that large crosswalk, this is the problem that people are having with the current crosswalk. If you go to that slide earlier, it goes from Thompson Road over to in between Bridge and Huntington Road. And it's more than a pedestrian should have to walk to cross an intersection. Certainly much more for an elderly, or certainly much more for kids in daycare. And so that is just a length of a crosswalk that some people can't get there. Forget about traffic control. They feel unsafe crossing that large distance with the traffic coming from Huntington or coming from Bridge Street, who have line of sight issues because they're right at the corner. So I'm not sure how that was put in there, but that's the only crosswalk. And so everybody who wants to get to one side or the other side of Huntington Road has to make their way and cross Thompson Road, which does have a stop sign, but no crosswalk, to get to that crosswalk, which has no traffic control. And so it's a challenging issue for pedestrians. And certainly if you're a senior.
Is it safe, Chris, to say, I mean, one of the benefits of having road standards and these perpendicular sidewalks is that in human behavior, people get used to the patterns. Like, this is what I expect to see at intersections.
That's the whole principle behind the manual of uniform traffic control devices, that you can go from state to state to state and it looks pretty much the same. You know, roadsides are green with the reflective. If you're in a state park, it's brown. You know, all your traffic signs, stop signs are red, warning signs are yellow. It's all in a code, and the state has adopted the code just like every other state. And if the focus and the goal of this exercise is to improve safety for pedestrians, then the four-way stop is without a question the safest for them. And then you can talk about your road widths within this larger intersection in terms of the crossings. And if you noticed in that other design, the crossings were pushed back from the main intersection to where the road widths were narrow. The other thing about building crosswalks is you have to have a place for pedestrians to land, you know, especially if you have somebody in a wheelchair who's using that crosswalk, and they need to have a safe place to land. And if they're going from Thompson Road and they use that little bit of a sidewalk, cross the street on Cochran, and then cross the street on Bridge Street, now they've made it to the side of Bridge Street they want to go. It's not possible to do that now at the intersection. You've got to take a roll. You've got to go on that long crosswalk. And if you look at all of these, you know, all of the crosswalks, you know, especially the Huntington one is pushed back, and that it's for the line of sight issues. You really want pedestrians as you're coming around the corner not to be right there at the corner, but pushed a little back, so both the vehicle and the pedestrian have better line of sight.
Thanks, Chris. I do want to move on, but I want to make sure everybody gets in. Aaron quickly, and then Ryan.
If whatever we try, whatever you guys vote on, I would ask that when you do your whatever you call it.
Can't hear Aaron.
What?
We can't hear you, Aaron.
Can you hear me now? Can you
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. When you do whatever you do for a trial, please do it when school is in session and when school is not in session. Or, I mean, I guess you don't have to do it when it's not in session because the volume is more, but there is so many more cars when school is in session, both in the morning and in the afternoon because of after school activities as well, that I really would like to see those studies being done when school is in session, because that is going to be a completely different picture than if you were to test it in the middle of July. That was it.
Thank you, Aaron. Ryan?
Yeah, real quick. I just, I came through there the other day and there was a pedestrian walking on Bridge Street. I guess it would be on the north side of Bridge Street. And, that crosswalk has not been painted in a long time. Chris, do you know when the last time that crosswalk was painted? Yeah, so
no idea.
I mean,
he paints the crosswalks every spring, and he's gonna do that this week or next week, but every spring, all the white paint in the village gets repainted, sort of crosswalks and parking zones.
Okay, all right, but I think that's the first thing is make sure that there's a crosswalk that's visible. I just don't I don't agree that a four-way stop is the answer here. I really don't. I mean, I think people have to just pay attention to the signage and the speed limits and enforce the laws that we have now.
Thank you,
That's
Ryan.
all.
Yes.
I move to approve the final one forward stop.
This is Lisa, I'll second.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Lisa.
Can you repeat it because we couldn't hear Jay?
Yeah, we couldn't hear
Yes.
the motion.
So the motion made by Jay Fern, second by Lisa Miller, was option one, a four-way stop at this intersection, four-way stop for Bridge Street, Huntington Road, Thompson Road, and Cochran Road. Now that the motion has been made and seconded, I'm asking the question if we feel four-way stop with marked crosswalks is enough, or if we should also amend it to the flashing strobe on the stop signs.
Quick question. I know there's been talk of option one, option two, and then a trial and all that. So are we talking, is the motion to adopt the full option one permanently, or is it to trial?
The motion is to adopt option one as currently stated in the design plan. But whatever that may be.
Seems like any other features we talked about could be added without detracting from.
Right, you got a stop sign on a pole, you can stick a light on.
Yeah.
Which I would encourage.
I would propose one possible amendment is that we revisit the issue like 3 or 6 months after implementation to check in with people about their experience and whether they appreciate it, support it, or are concerned about the impact.
This strikes me as tough to spend $140,000 and then revisit it in 6 months. So is there a way we can implement this four-way stop without spending $140,000 for the X month trial period? Is that something we can pursue, or
I think a lot of that's probably sidewalk, the installation of the stop signs.
That's a good point. It's really not that.
I mean, so in our estimate, we got for a four-way stop option with a base cost of $100,000. But I think in the design, it calls for redoing all the curbs and changing the radiuses over what exists. So there's a pretty significant amount of excavation that would be required to truly implement option one versus just put four-way stops in.
As option one is presented, channels the traffic to a termination point that a stop sign that doesn't exist right now.
That's part of the problem, I think. It's a wide enough piece of pavement that it's people wander through it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Chief O'Born, Director of Planning and Zoning. So what you're looking at is a scoping study. You're not looking at any design right now. And what I'm looking for is, what we're looking for, and it looks like you're going option one, is to give you the green light to pursue funding for this. That's where we're at. And if you want to go ahead and do a study, go ahead and do a study.
Can you elaborate on that when you say pursue funding from the town, grant?
Okay, yeah, it's like the grants, which would have a component that the town would have to contribute to. If it's a tax thing or something like that. But this is a scoping study only.
Right. So the next steps are moved to actual engineering, design, and then construction.
Right.
It's the next step is to get a grant to fund 80% of this.
To fund the design.
Now, Chris, can you weigh in on the thought of putting the red strobe lights on the stop signs like Williston has on Route 2 or North Williston Road and Oak Hill Road have the four-way stop with Route 2 in the middle of Williston Village?
Get your attention.
Is that something that we should consider at this point, or should we just leave it as presented with stop signs?
I don't know. I've never had a problem seeing stop signs myself. They have nice reflective paint. I think a simple stop sign is going to stop cars. I don't think adding lights to it is necessarily going to get the people to stop who wouldn't stop otherwise. If it's a nighttime issue, which is the only reason why I could think they would have lights on, my headlights are going to pick up that reflective stop.
Yeah.
So if you're paying attention, a stop sign, you're gonna just stop. If you're not paying attention, I'm not sure what flashing red lights. If you're looking at your cell phone, I don't think that flashing red lights will make any difference to you.
Based on Keith's clarification, I mean, this should get deferred to the design engineering. Yeah, so these aren't things we could really be weighing in on. We should give them leeway to, if we choose option one, they'll pick sightlines and distances and they'll know what appropriate measures are. And that's not an expert on that.
It's the same drill that you're going through sidewalk projects. You're gonna have to put the design in front of you, and then you're going to have to approve it, adjust it, revise it. It's really, it's a multiple step process.
So Bart, did you have an amendment with option one with a review or?
I'm not sure it's necessary. That's what.
Okay, so option one as presented.
Yeah.
And before you build it in phases and you do the crosswalks and the 2 additional stop signs without modifying anything else, I would definitely consult with the engineering company that did this scoping report as to why the particular reasons why they did what they did. It's hard to put in pedestrian crosswalks when you don't have pedestrian infrastructure. So I'm not sure the town, I would consult with traffic engineers before you did that.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Are we ready to vote? Okay, calling.
Jean Ann, I just have a comment to make. I got my hand raised. I guess you guys didn't see it. But so the only comment I have to make is the flashing red light. When they put those stop signs in Williston, the reason they put the flashing red light on them, I was told, was because traffic wasn't used to stopping on that intersection on Route 2. And so they put the lights there because the people that have been going through that intersection for 20 years now all of a sudden have a stop sign and they were blowing through it. So that's why they went through, put the red light on. And I got a feeling we would have exactly the same thing here. I mean, people are used to that intersection that live in town that go through there every day. Now, all of a sudden you put up a stop sign, you're going to hit people running the stop sign.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Calling a motion to a vote, please.
Aye. Bard, aye.
Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye.
And David, aye. Option one carries. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for contributing. I appreciate that people brought their concerns forward and everything was discussed in a civil manner. And we were able to work through this with some thoughtful conversation. Thank you. Going back to our agenda. Next is a public hearing on proposed zoning amendments to section 3.7 Industrial Commercial District and section 5.12 Planned Unit Development, PUD, and Residential PUD of the Town of Richmond zoning regulations. Included in the packet are supporting documents related to these amendments. First, the select board needs to actually open a public hearing to accept comments from the public. At this time, can I have a motion to approve opening the public hearing for consideration to amend Richmond zoning regulations, section 3.7 Industrial Commercial District and section 5.12 Planned Unit Development and Residential Planned Unit Development and section definitions?
Mr. Chairman, so moved.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Jay. Motion made by Lisa Miller, seconded by Jay Furr. Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Aye. Bard, aye. Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye.
And David, aye. The public session is open. We are now in the public hearing is opened. We are now in the public hearing. I will turn it over to Virginia.
Oh, did I make that title long enough for you to?
I have a hard time reading without my glasses, and when it's italics, it's extra blurry.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, so my name is Virginia Clark. I am the chair of the Planning Commission here in Richmond. And we have been working on this project for a year, I would say. So I'm hopefully going to be able to give a brief explanation of what the project is. And then
You're good.
Virginia, can you stay facing the microphone? When you turn to Josh, we can't hear you. The microphone's in front of Keith. Sorry about that.
Right. Okay. So a brief introduction is that in December of 2023, the Planning Commission approved a packet of amendments to come to the Select Board for this very hearing. And the amendments are designed to enable some additional residential uses in the industrial commercial district, which doesn't in our current zoning allow more residential uses. There are already quite a number of residential uses there. The way this is going to happen is through the planned unit development process. And the reason that we took that route to try to allow some additional housing is because it isn't going to open up the whole of the industrial commercial district to more residential use that people felt would take over and not allow some more commercial use there. So this required some changes to the industrial commercial district itself, which is section 3.7 of the zoning, and then some changes to the PUD section. So a tiny bit of background where we are talking about the industrial commercial district in Richmond. We have a map.
It should be.
Okay, so while they're getting the map together to show you where it is that we're talking about, the industrial commercial district is up like a little bit north of the Lucky Spot. So up towards the Jericho line where the recycling area is and that swamp that's up there. J. Hutchins, there's some businesses up there. Well, as it turns out, there are some residences, some residential lots up in the corner of that industrial commercial district. So hopefully you'll be able to picture that in your mind just beyond the Lucky Spot. There are two other areas in the industrial commercial district that are not contiguous, and they are not going to be affected by these changes that we're making. So the map on the right, if you can make that a little bigger, I don't know if you can make it bigger.
There we go.
Okay. So let's go over to that purple area next to the spotted area. No, further north. Okay.
Rogers.
Yeah. So, can I point to this here on this map? Where we are. So this is Route 2, Route 117 comes up here. And this purple area is the area that we're talking about. Everybody can see that. This other little purple area is industrial commercial. That's where the Cmte solar array is. And then we have the mobile station across the street, that's part of that district. And then we have this other little piece that was put into this district where even sand and gravel is. Part of this is on the common farm property, part of it is on even sand and gravel property. This piece and this piece will not be affected for reasons that will become clear in a minute. So in this northernmost section where you can see the Rogers Lane name, there are 8 lots. 4 of those lots are residential lots. 2 of them are businesses, J. Hutchins and Landshapes, and Patterson has a piece up there. 1 is a swamp, and 1 belongs to the town as the recycling area. So half of that district is residential already. So one of the residents in that area wanted to subdivide and make some lots for her children. And we thought, given the housing crisis, this was a good idea. It's already in a residential neighborhood. And by the way, on the other side of that purple area, where those sort of hexagon yellow things are, is the mobile home park, a giant residential neighborhood. So there's a lot of residences in this area. So it seemed to us that it would be possible to put some additional residences in the residential part of this without damaging its use as an industrial commercial area. Okay, so the strategy that we took up was to say you can put residences on lots that are already residential. So we did not invite you to put residences on the J. Hutchins lot, for instance, but only on the lots that were already residential.
And not in the swamp.
Of which there are 4, and not in the swamp, not human residences anyway. So, and not in the recycling area. And the way that we were going to do this was through the PUD section. So the planned unit development section of our zoning allows you to make modifications to the underlying zoning in all sorts of ways to make an appropriate use of the land. We felt this was an appropriate use of the land. And already in our planned unit development section in the industrial commercial area, it said you could have a residential planned unit development. Now, why it said that, we don't really know, because dwellings weren't allowed in that district. So there were some inconsistencies between 2 different parts of our zoning document. No surprise, there are several areas where this is true. So we made a couple of changes to the district regulations. One is to allow dwelling units only in residential PUDs. And then in the PUD section, we made some changes to allow this to happen in this district. So, and we had no negative comments virtually. Our initial plan was to just open the whole district up to residential development. There were negative comments about that because we don't have much commercial space in Richmond. People wanted to try to retain some actual commercial space. So we've restricted the residential, additions to lots that already had residences on them. So we made a couple of changes to that district's language. One is to say that dwelling units are okay in a PUD, and the planned unit development category, which had stated that it could only include projects without subdivision, which was also mysterious to us why that was there, because the whole point of PUDs is to allow subdivision, and unit developments can be subdivided. So we made a change there that said you could have subdivisions or you could not have subdivisions. Either one of those would be fine. It's kind of a technical thing, I guess. So that's really the intent, the gist of what we're doing, is we're going to open up those 4 lots up in that corner to additional residences. So the key statement, so now we have to go to the PUD section to alter the language there a little bit to allow for this. The key amendment there is that we make a statement: in the industrial commercial district, a residential PUD shall be allowed only on parcels that are occupied and solely occupied by a residence or residences prior to the date of adoption. So that is added into this complicated little section in the planned unit development that talks about the restrictions on PUDs. Different zoning districts have different restrictions relative to using the PUD process. Okay, so are there any questions so far or concerns? Anybody have any concerns about putting some extra residences up there? It seems simple but possible. Yeah.
I don't have a concern. It just, as I'm thinking about what else limits development of residential units up there, there's still presumably lot coverage, setbacks, water, or wells and septic, the things that restrict like how much you can use or where it can be. Those things still apply.
They still apply. With the PUD process, you can modify some of those elements as the PUD But that process is reviewed by the DRB. You know, the DRB will have to decide. Yes,
Is that conditional use? Is that the right?
it's a conditional use and it's also a subdivision. It's reviewed as a subdivision. One of the things that we are changing that we'll get to in a minute about the language of PUDs is that they're all considered subdivision, even if they don't subdivide the land, which is a problem for us. So, so anyway, the DRB does have some ability to make decisions that modify the parameters of the underlying district.
Is the rationale there that it's likely that at some point in the future, as the property changes hands, ownership will split? I'm just trying to follow the logic of it.
The logic of what?
Why it's a subdivision.
Well, the party that wanted to add residences wanted to subdivide,
Oh, okay.
to divide off a lot for option. So, subdivide. No question, but yes.
In terms of, you know, obviously the DRB has some power, but given that there's a big wetland there already, nearby, the large wind swamp.
Yes.
I have not got the water maps
Mhm.
in my head. In this section of the, that we're expecting to be subdivided, is that free and clear, developable, that sort of? Okay.
Yes, it is. I mean, there's some of the floodplain is there also.
Well, there are wetlands
There are
on that
wetlands
property,
Okay.
but they
wetland
will
district.
have to
They will have to comply, I just.
comply with the wetlands.
Another factor that they will have. Okay.
Yeah.
Those are mostly near Rogers Lane, right? So
Yeah.
it looks back.
Yeah, it is Robert's Lane.
Yes, the land seems to go up towards the north straight or.
It does, yeah. I mean, there's gonna be some limitations for sure. I mean, it's gonna be expensive to build there and even to access it. But I mean, we just felt that this was a targeted approach to this, for these 4 lots.
Oh,
Yes, it is. Bill and I, we're the lucky spot. This is Linda
So-
Donovan. Oh, by the way.
Could you come to the microphone?
my Linda mindset.
And then you might need to step up if you're, when that mic's not working.
I don't have too much to add, actually. It's our property and it is a very limited property. If you pull it up on the map, as she stated, you know, we are the tie that's on there in purple. But the red that's to the right, that's Judy's place, who's on the, Conservation, thank you.
Judy Rosofsky owns that little red
Judy
piece,
owns- which is like
in the commercial, for some reason, the commercial district, not the.
commercial.
Yeah,
Okay,
see how it's red,
Okay.
like where the lucky spot is, it's
Right.
red.
right. Okay,
So
I don't know why, but
it's one
I
mobile
mean, we
home
just
on
walked
3
by there
acres.
tonight because we went all the way up to the Jericho side, right through the line, because we go right into Jericho. So there is a lot of restrictions back there, I won't lie. It is gonna be tough. It'll take some deep pockets, but there is not much left in this. We are currently working on Donnybrook Road and East Hill. We have a couple of builds going to sell residences. But our goal is to also get in here and to the right of that tie is a possibility to extend that into 90 Rogers Lane. Which there are by the engineers' standards, it's been done back when FedEx was originally going to go in to Hudson's. I don't know if anybody remembers that. They did a bunch of work. There was a big consideration, so the engineers did work. And Jeff Hutchins has 3 lots and a purple area just above 3. And so we're chatting about adding that 90 Rogers.
He cannot put residences on it.
He cannot,
As Hutchins
if
property.
we purchase it and we turn our tie into the tie and to the right, or even to the left, if Jason wanted to sell a portion of his, which is Patterson's, which he's not currently wanting to do that, we can add. Well, like I said, there's 3 other lots. by, the standard of the,
Right.
you know, all the work that was done.
It's
Excuse
one-
me, I am
one acre lot.
exhausted tonight. Thank you.
So 1 acre lot.
1 acre lot.
Right. I'm glad you're here because when I'm looking at this from just a map point of view, I'm like, why would you want to do that? But you're going in with your eyes fully open. You know what you're dealing with. And this is not just, having stuff there is not going to be a major traffic impact.
Yeah.
It's not going to be impacted.
Well, no, it's so close to the interstate. I
Right.
mean, originally, you know, how it happened is we do have one out of the 6 kiddos, Steward, still too young. They are both public workers, nurse and police officer or detective. And, you know, they've been looking for a place for a few years.
Right.
And even this is miserable for them, to be very frank, because of the inclines and the wetlands that are in there and the $13,000 to make a driveway in there just for fees. So, I mean, it is a very scary, you've got 30, very young 30-something looking at that, and this is their life savings. So at some point, Bill and I have to look at it and decide what we're going to do to see if we can help get them in there, which will probably be more so on the right side. But we also have 2 younger kids who are 30-something-year-olds can't find a place to live or land to build. What are our younger children going to do? So we're at the point where we're just starting to look out for our family.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I think there's a lot of thought to this.
There's a lot of thought.
It's a
into
pretty
it. I mean,
elegant solution.
my daughter said to me today, she's like, why are you doing this? Why are you pursuing it? It's scary. And I said, so there's potentially a lot right behind us. And one spot that my son-in-law was like, ooh, this is a spot. But to get in there, it's how deep are my pockets kind of thing. But once you get in there, sometimes the parts change. The land doesn't necessarily change and the wetlands, but there's still places up there. I'll tell you what, I did the take off from me just as I stood over there tonight, because Bill and I went bushwhacking through there. And to be very honest, where that top line is, we didn't even know what we had back there. You go to the very top of that, it comes up just like this, just like a triangle. There's probably 2 acres, and it's straight uphill to get to it.
In Jericho.
But in Jericho, I've got at least 2 more lots up there. But how do I get there?
Yeah.
I could go through Jeff Bishop's, who runs the Riverview neighborhood. And it's all Rogers Farm up there. And there's actual, I mean, as wide as almost a 2-car lane of trails everywhere there. So I'm like, okay, people are getting up there. I mean, we have Belco who goes right through our backyard.
Yeah.
There's a full path up there. Everybody's got a right of way. Belco has a right of way. Riverview has a right of way because the septic is up there. But if you go up to where that right of way takes you, which Belco just redid that whole thing. I mean, it is a full-on road up there. You just go up that and hang right above the straight hill, you're in Jericho, or just below it, if Jeff and I have some facts.
So in answer to a couple of other questions that you haven't asked us yet, one answer is that we did extensively discuss with the Donovans who live there, whether it has been a problem living next to J. Hutchins, which is essentially a commercial operation. And one of the reasons that we kind of felt okay about some residences in an industrial commercial area is this area is actually entirely unsuitable for any kind of industrial use. J. Hutchins is a commercial use, Landshapes is a commercial use. There's no way that you would want to put a true industrial use next to 160 mobile homes, let alone the other people on the other side. So you know, as far as it being, people are sort of attached to calling it an industrial commercial zone.
It's not.
But it's not suitable for industry. We would not really want any actual industry, you know, mining or oil drilling or airports.
Oil mining.
Well, anything.
He has talked
Asphalt
about,
paving plant.
he has talked about coming down towards the actual 117. Right where behind his buildings are now, to put another building. He actually came to the town and what he shared was pretty disgusting, to be very honest. Oh, you must know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
How much was that going to give the town? Do you remember off the top of your head?
Trying to forget.
You are? How
Yeah.
much?
I don't
That
know.
the asphalt plant?
Was that? No, that has nothing to do with the asphalt.
Oh, okay, that's what I was thinking of.
This was something that wasn't even going to be traffic related. It wasn't even, it's just
The recent one you're talking about?
recent.
Oh, okay, I don't.
And it was going to bring like 60, 80 some odd $1,000 to the town for taxes.
Okay.
It was as
Maybe we
simple
should move.
as could be.
It's fine.
Well, no, and it was it was a very, he and I just recently talked about it.
Yeah.
It was, he was,
Yeah, so you make it fun.
well, I'm just saying,
No, this is why
You
we.
can tell me about it sometime.
This is why we're here, I mean,
it's why we're here.
Yeah.
Well,
it seems to make a lot of sense. I regret that it's not a better piece of land, but we need housing. And this is, you know.
Can't hear you, Jay.
Hey, I can't get much closer to this microphone without sticking it in my mouth.
Just talk louder.
It's perfect, right? It's
It's not,
perfect.
it's incredible that this is not a better piece of land, but she knows what she's up against. Her kids need housing. The town needs housing. So I think this is a reasonable plan.
What makes the motion? Let's move on.
No, we're not
I'm
quite
done.
done. So, in order to make this happen, we had to
Okay,
attack the PUD section. That's the other part. And if you all remember from this memo that you got back in February, you would know that we had to make some amendments to section 5.12 for planned unit development, besides allowing for these residences to be in a PUD in which a resident or residence already existed. So there were quite a lot of ambiguities. We fixed those, some housekeeping changes, but there was one change the only change that aroused some interest was in the PUD section. There is a mention of the master development plan. So for all subdivisions, all PUDs, it is required to make a master development plan for which there are virtually no standards or requirements. It is conceptual, and for years, the DUB, the DRB, and the zoning administrator have struggled with it. Neighbors have struggled with it. Developers have struggled with it. So while we were looking at the PUD section and reformulating it, we decided to work on this question of the master development plan. So the master development plan is just supposed to talk about what you're going to do with some portion of a lot in a PUD that you aren't developing on. It doesn't say what a portion is, whether it's another lot, whether it's a tiny little piece over here in the corner. There are no standards. There's nothing that tells you exactly what the master development plan is supposed to encompass. It's a concept that was taken from Act 250, where they have big projects with lots of phases, with lots of different plans for the same lot or the same group of lots. It is not proved very workable on the small municipal scale. Mostly the projects that we have are small. People don't necessarily know what they want to do with the rest of the land. They might buy a piece of land like the Donovans to put one house on, but maybe they'd like to someday put another couple of houses. But there's no plan right now, so there's no way they can show where future roads are going to be, where future driveways are going to be. It's just not the kind of projects that we have. So And the implications of it are, first of all, of concern to our town attorney, is that the developer develops vested rights if he or she has a master development plan that has been approved. They say, okay, you told me I could do this. And then if conditions change and it doesn't become suitable to do that, the developer may have a vested right. That's litigation that has happened. The neighbors feel if there's a master development plan, that they have a vested right in that being the way things are going to be developed. However, you can amend a master development plan at any point, in any way. You just go back to the DRB and say, I want to amend this master development plan, and they say how, and you amend it. So there's no real satisfaction from the point of view of the developer, the neighbors. The DRB doesn't really know how to, they begged us to do something about it. And they are in favor of these changes. So what we have done is we've taken out the master development plan language, this conceptual whatever, and we've replaced it with something that was recommended to us by our town attorney. Keith and I had a number of discussions with him, which is called critical permit conditions. So you don't have a master development plan. The only thing you're sure of is what you're applying for right now, what you get your permit for right now, what the public has weighed in on right now. That's what we know. We cannot predict the future, but we can identify certain features in the permit that was given that are essential for the approval. These have to be written down in the permit, but these are essential permit conditions and they become very difficult to change. The other thing that goes along with that is that you actually have some natural resources standards, because it's mostly in natural resources cases that this is a problem. You make some actual standards that the DRB has to look at that are laid out. We have a few, like wetlands, you can't develop in wetlands. We will have to have a discussion, and we're working on these at the moment, as to what other standards we want to have that are absolute standards. Prime ag soil. Do we want to say you can't do anything with it or not? This is a discussion we'll have to have. But we need those standards, and then any of them, some of them can be identified as critical permit conditions, and that actually gives you a little more assurance about what might happen in the future than this vague master development plan language. So that is the piece of what we're doing now that attracted some attention. So I could answer any questions that anybody has about that.
So it just, if I try to summarize, so the master development plan was perhaps illusory, what people thought it would accomplish or not accomplish in terms of allowing the restricting, since it's fungible, it can be changed over time.
It's conceptual. It's the word conceptual.
And so you replace it with critical permit conditions, which are defined in the definition section again. As these things are less fungible, like when we permit this, these are the things that we've agreed to at this point in time, and it's more of a stake in the ground, which is less mutable than a master development. That's kind of the concept. Right?
Yes, that's the concept, because, you can't actually hold people to something about the future as in a master development plan. You just can't do that because things change, conditions change. So the critical permit conditions say basically that the things if you want to change something about your permit, there has to be some change in regulations, some change in technology, something that's beyond your control that you haven't foreseen. So a couple of examples. You buy a small farm. You want to try farming. You say, I'm going to put this building on and it's going to be a farm. And, in 10 years, you find you can't pay the bills, you need to do something else. So right now, what would have happened is you would have your master development plan. It says, my plan is to do nothing but farm. 10 years later, you come back and you say, I can't farm. I want to amend my permit. And the DRB says, okay, you know, we'll amend it. What do you want to do? Well, I want to put some houses here. But it really gives people a false sense that they can predict the future, which leads to expectations, which leads to litigation.
I have no more questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the microphone is, because
That may or may not work.
we're having mic troubles tonight.
Hopefully the folks on the Zoom can hear me okay. So I'm Bradley Holt. So I'm concerned specifically with that last part that we talked about, the removal of the master development plan requirement with PUDs. And to be clear, this is for all PUDs, not just for this one district that you just heard about. I'm also concerned with the planning commission's interest in removing the master development plan requirement for subdivisions in the future. I know that's not in this current change, but certainly of interest to the planning commission. So you've heard that those opposed to removing the master development plan requirements simply want certainty. And that the opposition to removing the master development plan requirement is really based in naivete on the part of those opposed. But I want to be really clear that this refrain that people want certainty does not accurately reflect my position. It does not reflect what I've heard others raise as they're concerned about this issue. So I want to reframe this because the framing that you've heard is not what I'm coming forward to you tonight. So I have tried to explain this multiple times in many different ways. Yet my opposition continues to be distorted into a straw man argument that is easily dismissed. So my concern is that land developers should not be allowed to conceal their future development plans and build out a project in piecemeal fashion. So Richmond zoning regulations section 5.3.3 already prohibits material inaccuracies or misrepresentations in the zoning application. 24 VSA 4470A also prohibits misrepresenting any material fact in a zoning application. So there is value to a master development plan requirement that is consistent with these existing regulations and that makes it clear to developers that they cannot misrepresent the scope of their projects by withholding the entirety of their plans in the initial zoning application. So I want to give you a scenario to help understand that concern. So you actually just heard part of the scenario from Virginia just now about a developer who is building several homes and who sets aside a portion of their land for a farm. In Virginia's scenario, after a few years, the farm doesn't work out and the landowner comes back with a plan to build even more homes on what was a farmland. So in that scenario, perhaps the developer's plans really did change and that might be fine, right? The intent of the master development plan requirement should not be to preclude people from changing their minds or to prevent them from navigating changing conditions that might force them to update their plans. That's understandable, right? Again, things change. But let me modify that scenario a little bit to understand, so you can understand my concern. So what if when that developer first came forward with their plans, there were obvious signs that they never intended to follow through with the farm and that they intended to build out the entirety of their land all along? So for example, what if in the developer's original plans, there was a road that was much larger than necessary for the initial scope of the project, a road that was clearly intended to serve a larger development? Or what if that road was designed in a particular way that clearly showed an intent to service future developable lands? Or what if there was electrical infrastructure with no clear purpose in the original scope of the project, electrical infrastructure that was clearly intended to serve a larger development? So our regulations should provide a provision for more scrutiny and the requirement of a master development plan when an initial project plan includes infrastructure that is clearly intended to serve a larger project than what is initially proposed. So this isn't about the future. This isn't about speculating what's in the future. This is about the plan before you, and that plan clearly shows intent to build something larger. So I understand the complexities at play here, but I disagree that it's impossible to find a workable master development plan. I acknowledge that the current language could use improvement, but the solution is not to simply remove the requirement altogether. So there are examples of workable master development plan policies that could be used as a starting point for updating and improving our town's regulations. So if you look at Act 250, for example, their process, and I don't mean a large activity, I mean specifically from a process perspective, they say where there exists one, a growth facility, two, clear evidence of a plan for growth beyond what was presented in the application, and three, a direct relationship between the growth and the proposed construction. An application may be deemed incomplete until additional information about the overall master development plan is submitted for commission review. Now, to be clear, I'm not suggesting that we create anything nearly as comprehensive as what is required under Act 250. My point is that one doesn't have to look far to find precedent for a workable master development plan requirement. I also want to highlight that removal of the master development plan language falls far afield of the original intent set out for the changes before you. Even in the notice for this public hearing, the purpose of these changes is, quote, to align and clarify the language of the PUD section 5.12 with that of the industrial commercial zoning district section 3.7 regarding residential uses as part of a PUD or residential PUD. So removing the master development plan requirement is a very significant alteration for town's regulations, yet is not even mentioned in the stated purpose of the changes before you. Worse, this change is antithetical to the stated goal of regulatory alignment. If you pass this change, PUDs will have no master development plan requirement, yet subdivisions will still have a master development plan requirement. So this will create significant inconsistencies between the two, which is especially problematic because, as we heard, that many PUDs can also be subdivisions. So I encourage you to ask the planning commission to take a step back and consider a more comprehensive and holistic approach to updating our town's master development plan requirements. So appreciate your time on it.
Thank you. So I have a follow-up question. Do you have, so it strikes me as a two-part activity proposed here by the planning commission. It's elimination of the master development plan and inserting critical permit conditions. So I think if I remember what you said, you've been sort of silent on critical permit conditions. What are your thoughts on that as a substitute?
I don't think it's a substitute. I certainly think there's value to critical permit conditions, but it's not a substitute. If there's a plan before you that's clearly part of a larger plan, why are we going to put our head on the sand and ignore that? Right? Our regulations should give our zoning authorities the ability to say, hey, there's clearly something bigger going on here.
But if what we heard is the master development plan is fungible, it can be modified. And I'm not sure what constraints there are to modifying that. I changed my mind.
I think that the hard part is that ultimately we are requesting is reasonable, but it also puts the key for the zoning department or the DRB in policing role, and it's just not reasonable to ask volunteers to do, or not really reasonable to accurately do.
Somebody has to, though, right? We have zoning regulations, we have rules.
So everything that they were proposing would have to meet the zoning regulations. PUDs are never and cannot be a way to get around. They're a way to modify them within a specific land area. So you can't overbuild density. It has to meet those regulations. And so the idea that someone can get away with something that they couldn't have technically permitted anyway, I mean, maybe in the court of public opinion, they can get away with something, but legally they're not allowed to get away with.
That's simply not true. I mean, there's
Explain to me how that's not true.
There's things like, for example, traffic counts, things like that are the total volume of traffic created by a project. You do the project in a piecemeal, you're getting.
Yeah, but I mean, the total, if you were to build that in two phases, the total traffic is the same if you do one then two, or if you do one big one. Now, if the public opinion is more, it's a frog in a pot kind of thing where they're getting used to it, I understand how that could be concerned. But like, if there's a requirement in the maximum traffic, you will bump into that whether you do it in 1 or 10 steps. And so trying to tell if someone's going to do a big leap or 10 small steps, I don't think is reasonable to ask Keith for the DRB to do. I understand your concern. I really think that, I don't think Richmond has the ability as a town of half 10,000 people maybe to do that. That's why Act 250 would do it, because we're 700,000 person. Yeah, which is still tiny. But I would say I fully understand your concern. I agree with it. And I think that the bigger concern of where you can do things in small steps to slowly work public opinion it's not illegal, but it is concerning because people don't see the full scope. They would maybe pursue it proposing it harder from the beginning.
but it doesn't mean that it's illegal. It is legal though, section 5.3.3, it's a misrepresentation. If you have a larger plan. But that's what you're saying. I mean, if you're saying that and they say, no, it's not, I don't know. I mean, Keith has to decide, is it or is it not? Are we going to?
That's my question. At what point does it cross that line? I mean, how can that line be drawn in future? So that when the president gets there, it's still there and it's still relevant, and to change it is difficult or define. Going back up, you see what I mean? Okay, 40 acres, develop 3 of them. You've got a lot more. Sure, you could, assuming it's buildable, it's not big slope and so forth. But at what point, when that vulcanization happens, the landowner takes another acre, another 2 acres, another 3 acres. At what point should they have to stop and admit that they have a larger claim in mind?
Again, but I go back to in my mind, if you look at the example I gave of that 50 process, it's about there's infrastructure being built now in the first phase that's clearly intended to serve future phases. That's what I'm talking about.
That's a pretty good red herring. Okay.
So I guess if you have to think about that, because when I built my house, it's a 900 square foot house over a workshop. And I pulled a 600 amp electrical service. Like any reasonable person would come and say, man, you're planning something else here. And I was, but I have no idea what it is. I might build another workshop. I might build a house. I might, I don't know, charge 300 toddler bicycles. And I don't know. But so it's tough to say that there's something could happen versus what's going to happen. Okay. I don't know how we. But you asked me the question about policing, and I think that's the wrong question, because in that scenario, you say, hey, it looks like you might be building something bigger. You have a master development plan that shows that larger plan. No, we don't. We're not building anything bigger. And then in the future, there's a phase 2, a phase 3, a phase 4, and you can clearly connect phase 2. But if hold on, you can connect phase 2, 3, 4 back to that original infrastructure that was built. Now, someone who argued early on that, hey, you were clearly building something bigger. Now you have an argument, right? I'm not saying policing it at the beginning. I'm saying it creates but what's the developer in a position to say, they have to go on record and say, but what's the remedy? I might be doing something bigger. I don't know. It's cheaper to pull the bigger wire now. Right. Which would make it not malicious, and they would have disclosed it, but it wouldn't solve the problem. We would still have no idea what's coming down the road. So it's kind of, if they can just say, yeah, I mean, it was cheaper to put this wider road in, so I did it because it was $5,000 now or $300,000 later.
Would the only solution or remedy be to require any further expansion of the next phase or whatever, start from scratch, start from the very beginning? And
It already does.
yeah.
If you build a PUD and then you modify it, you automatically go through the entire process again. So any modification is not a small thing. It's actually way more work to do a PUD and then modify it than it would be to just do it.
But you can do it, and you can modify.
You can
master development. So it's more onerous, but it's not prevented, right?
Well, I mean, I think like if you are doing that, you are clearly building piecemeal. You clearly built something from the beginning that was intended for that larger infrastructure. You had plans for that all along. You were sitting on those plans. Your engineers had those plans. You had the number of people that knew about this. Like it's like a certain point you end up in court and Keith has to identify that then, or Tyler, or the DRB, and not necessarily someone appealing something to do that, or somebody. Yeah, but someone has to weigh in. I mean, like I can't. That's not as a selection person, like, well, this is obvious, and that can't just fly. There needs to be someone that, there needs to be some process for that, and establishing that process just seems.
Act 250 has a staff,
Yeah, staff.
8 employees,
Planning
they have
office
a
and.
board, they have a way to even look at things that.
But again,
Sadly, you might consider a red flag, but the DRB is gonna say, well,
checks all the boxes.
I
think the biggest thing is just the size of these regulations reflect the size of our resources and staff stuff. And it's not an indication that we think that they're ideal or the best case scenario, but maybe the best we can do, which I think is an important distinction.
I also go to the judgment of intent, which I find elusive here. So what was the intent of somebody? What were they thinking on that day when they submitted this material? And is it beyond a reasonable doubt? What's my standard of evidence? Is it a reasonable person standard? So am I going to take testimony from people about what somebody's intent was? Well, and so let me finish though. So if the master development plan, what we've heard is already fungible, it sort of doesn't matter. They attempt to hold them to what they said 5 years ago or 10 or 20 years ago. Today, when we've already heard it's fungible or changeable anyway, it seems somewhat elusive. So let me ask two questions of Virginia and Peter. One is, do you think that critical permit conditions are a reasonable substitute for the hopes of a master development plan, the intent of that?
So they were recommended by the town attorney as something.
Can you come to the microphone?
It's not working.
Nothing's really worked right tonight.
So this is the best that we can do to try to ensure some kind of future that we understand. It's the best we can do. It's guardrails. It's not perfect. It's not, there's no way it can be 100%. But the other piece that has to be added to it is the natural resource standards, because the place that this comes into play the most often, where it's the most difficult, is with open space considerations. That's where most of the litigation is about. The neighbors want it to be open space forever. But what you need is you need to say, what is your open space? Our town plan, we need to do better with that. And when we come to changing the subdivision regulations, which we have to do to match this, we have to say, what are things that are critical permit conditions? Is this open space? Is it eased? Are we going to put an easement on it? That makes it a critical permit condition. It's got an easement on it. You cannot come back and change that. That's critical. Forest blocks, we're going to have to decide how we're going to protect them. The state of Vermont says 30% of the land has to be protected by 2030. How are we going to do that? The towns have to figure it out, but that may be a component of the natural resource standards that we put into place. We have identified this. This is important to our permitting. This can't be changed, or with great difficulty.
So in the very first presentation of that entire parcel, that needs to be stamped over.
Exactly.
And
that's what would really help the DRB to make these determinations. Not saying, oh, well, this road is a little bigger than, but maybe he's gonna.
That leads to my second question though. So I asked the first one. Second question is, what input did the DRB have, if any, on critical permit conditions versus master development plan? Have they weighed in or shared any opinion?
Both our zoning administrator and the DRB have been very frustrated with the master development plan concept. They found it very difficult to use conceptually. You cannot force people to reveal their plans, even if some people might think they're red flags. There's no way to really tell that. Many of the projects that we have in Richmond, people really don't have any idea what they're going to do with the remaining land. And it's unclear whether the remaining land is like a tiny little piece that could be a backyard or a whole giant section. So they were very much opposed, and we discussed the critical permit conditions with them, and they are on board with that.
And what if a property were subdivided? Sorry, I got to throw this in. If the property were subdivided, there's a new owner. Are they still held to all the previous? Owners of the land? Okay.
If I may, I have a question for you, Bill.
Yep.
I'm gonna try to quickly as I can in this darn thing.
Yes.
If somebody is all the time planning on building a Zeppelin hangar. And
Building a what?
a Zeppelin hangar,
A Zeppelin hangar.
like a
Okay.
big, they're gonna build a hangar for the Goodyear plant. Okay.
Beta technology.
Sure. Okay. And they know that. And the a budding landowner knows that because he heard them talking about it when he was going down to the mailbox one day. So the owner knows, the neighboring landowner knows, but the original plan put in is just to build a road for one house. They own the land. They're not required to tell anybody that they're planning on building a Zeppelin hangar. When the time comes that they want to build a Zeppelin hangar, they have to get the permitting and follow all the rules. But if right now they say, no, we're just building a cottage, we're just gonna build a cottage with a 40-meter wide road and enough electricity to power Niagara. To power something very large, they still don't have to tell the truth. Because it's their land and they can do what they want with it as long as it's permitted every step of the way, right? They can lie to everybody if they want to. So that's the thing that, Bradley, and we all know exactly where you're coming from. The developers you're thinking of may well have not told the truth, but it's apparently not legally, they legally don't have to. And that's the thing I keep coming back to. They don't legally have to tell the truth.
They have not misrepresented anything for which they are currently getting a permit. Basically, they haven't misrepresented it. They can say, I want a road that's wide. I have lots of friends who all arrive at the same time. And they want a wide road. I mean, you cannot force people to tell either something that's not in their mind yet at all, or that they don't want to tell you.
If I may, I kind of feel like everyone's overthinking this a little bit, right? I think what I'm presenting to you is the idea that this is already required by both our law, our regulations, and by state law, right? Like if you're saying you're going to do X and you're going to do Y, that is not allowed. Now,
Well, that is not.
it is,
what
but
it is
re-permit
misrepresentation
X.
of that is.
But well, if I can finish, so I think so you're asking me about policing and all this stuff. All I'm saying is this should be clear to the developer that they're not supposed to go and say, I can't, I'm trying to do this. I have all these things that are clearly intended for something larger, but no, I'm not doing this. Okay, so sure, what can the DRB do about it? Well, the DRB could say, hey, do you have a larger plan? And sure, they can just come back and say, no, I don't. But imagine a scenario where you have lots of different people involved in it. You have multiple engineers, multiple people, so all those people know that was just a lie, right? So that's, if it's just one person developing their land, then I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. Sure, not a big deal, but like, I'm saying it creates additional pressure on people to say like, hey, there is the right thing we're supposed to do. I'm not asking you to go be the police on this or to do all this work. I'm saying, why not ask the question? Why not say, hey, is this really what you're intending, or are you trying to conceal something bigger?
I have trouble picturing the town being able to look around the curves and over the hills like that, so to speak. I have trouble picturing the town having the authority to say, I think you're going to do this, therefore you have to present a plan for it, or you have to show it. How can we require something like that? It is truly nebulous on the part of the applicant until some future date. Maybe their needs change. Maybe their original premise for the property or for the development has changed economically or things. We would be kind of forbidding them from adapting to changing market conditions or financial conditions of their own. And how would that not be discriminatory?
Can anybody see that we've got our hands up?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I just, I've been on the call for a little while. I think part of a development review board, it's your job to review all these things. I don't see what's going on here other than making sure that there is a plan and that people stick to a plan. And if there's changes, there's changes. We all understand that, but there still should be somebody that needs to, submit a plan, because there's a lot of other things that are involved. It's not just a 1 acre parcel here. We're talking about wildlife corridors, wetlands that are affected. And so to piecemeal all this thing, it just doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't we want to know so we can best plan for the town and for the surrounding neighbors? To just blindly not care.
I think the
You're
problem
exactly right, but how do we require it?
as it stands now doesn't actually protect those things any more than the current regulation. But full disclosure, I was on the planning commission. I helped kind of start, so I kind of start this and have a pretty clear understanding. The critical permit conditions can protect them in perpetuity, whereas a master development plan could be amended. And so kind of the trade-off is you would be trading off a little bit of having an idea of the long-term scope of a project if a developer were to be honest about it. So you might not have that, but you would be trading that for permanently enforceable conditions that could not be amended. So wildlife corridors, wetlands, certain elevations, isolations, zones, separations, conservation, and they wouldn't be amendable. They would be permanent. So you'd be trading off a little bit of a, with a good developer, you would have a clear plan. So in the best case scenario, you would be trading off the long-term clear plan for permanently enforceable conditions. In the worst case scenario, under our current situation, you'd be trading off nothing for permanently enforceable conditions. So I think overall, long-term, not 5, 10, 20 years from now, but long-term, this is probably the best way to truly hold the project to the things that are outlined in the town plan and the state plan as far as wildlife conservation, wetland conservation, and anything along those lines, really. I think Keith elaborated on a few different ones. The critical permit conditions are really the only way to do that now. And the MDP as it stands does not do any of those things at all.
And to improve our natural resource protection standards. I mean, that's what's really going to protect the town and the open spaces of the town if we have some natural resource standards that are a little more worked out than the ones that we have right now.
Yeah, I guess I just don't understand why there has to be a substitute, one or the other. Why is that?
Because there's the VRB and the zoning administrator have a lot of trouble working with the master development plan concept that came from Act 250, where they have a staff, they have a lot of input into the process. It just doesn't seem to work on the smaller scale.
And I just said, just to think about that. One is I looked at the Act 250 process and I looked at what we have written in our current language, and they don't seem to be the same thing. So I don't think our master development plan as written matches to what's in Act 250. So I think
Well, that's where just the concept came from, and we don't have the capability.
Sure, but second, I think that I think that Act 250. I agree that there's updates that can be made to the wording for sure, and that master development language. It's not necessarily perfect, but again, I think it's that what's the harm in having it there? What's the harm in part of that? What's the something that?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make the motion. I do know
Wait,
that
I
Kara
haven't got to speak at all. Like, you've got a whole debate. No, you can't hear it at all like that, Jack. Good try. Can't hear it at all like that, Jay.
So,
No, run away. Can't hear it at all, Jay.
Go ahead, Kara.
Sorry, Jay, you can't hear it at all when it's right at your mouth. Jay needs to speak, and I want to hear what he has to say.
Okay, Kara, can you hear me now?
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay. I said I'd love to make the motion, but I want even more to hear you speak. So please speak and make the motion.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that, since you've been going back and forth for quite a while, and I understand Ryan's frustration as well. I am, whatever I say, you'll both the opposite, so I've got to see which way I want to say it. The master plan that isn't working right now for the DRB and the zoning administrative officer could be corrected. Critical conditions on a development, when you all are trying to encourage more affordable housing and housing in our community, and this perpetual discussion of perpetual easements, etc. When regulations are constantly changing, both at the state, the federal government, and the town level, I just question how that's going to be, these critical conditions are going to be established, determined, and regulated in the sense of which DRB permits get them waived and which ones have them enforced. So I'm concerned about the critical condition concept versus actually defining what you expect to see in a master plan. I mean, if you have expectations, both of them, we have to go back to the DRB. The citizen has to go back to the DRB to get anything changed from what they originally present. So it's a DRB decision. What the DRB and the zoning administrator are looking for is clarity in what needs to be in a master plan. Just like the zoning regulations have clarity in what a building lot is, the size of a building lot, what the setbacks are, what the requirements are. You can make requirements for a master plan that then can be modified in the future. Yes, but so can a building lot be modified in the future.
Right, but the answer is not just eliminating it. I don't understand that at all.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Ryan.
So if I could just make a statement about that, Kara, the problem with having exact requirements for a master development plan is there's no way to make exact requirements for a master development plan. There's no way to make requirements about the future. There's no way to establish what's going to happen in the future. And
then how do you establish the critical conditions for the whole master property?
Well, those are based on your natural resource standards. So, and the DRB still has some decision making. They have to decide as a critical permit condition, although many of the critical permit conditions will be established as a natural resource standards, like the wetland standard, where you just can't build in a wetland. You can cross a wetland, but you can't build anything in a wetland. So that's the kind of thing that would be a critical permit condition.
But we don't have those now.
My feeling is that there's no way that you can actually make standards for a master development.
We have 12 items left on the agenda. We need a motion to move on.
Can I just say one very quick comment? You've heard that this has come from the DRB, that has come from the zoning administrator. I've been following this process. I've never heard directly from the DRB or directly from the zoning administrator. I don't know what members of the DRB are asking for this, or the DRB as a whole asking for this. I think it'd be really valuable to understand exactly what the DRB is asking for, exactly what the zoning administrator is asking for, and what actually their perspective is on this.
Okay, that'd be a great thing to follow up on, but not tonight. Mr. Chairman, per 24 VSA section 4442, I hereby move that the town of Richmond Select Board approve amendments to Richmond zoning regulations, sections. Mr. Chairman, I move we exit the hearing.
You are all, I think. Jump in.
My second, mate.
So, okay, so Jay has made a motion to close the public hearing. Barb has seconded that. So calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote on closing the public hearing.
Jay, aye.
Bart, aye. Adam, aye. Lisa, aye.
And David, aye.
Mr. Chairman, I hereby move per 24 VSA section 4442. I hereby move that the town of Richmond Select Board approve amendments to the Richmond zoning regulations, sections 3.7, industrial commercial district, section 5.12, plan unit development, and resident PUD, and section 7 definitions. The purpose is to align and clarify the language of the PUD section 5.12 with that of the industrial commercial zoning district section 3.7 regarding residential uses as part of the PUD or residential PUD. All parcels within the town of Richmond proposing planned unit development in the following specific industrial commercial development residential parcels: RG 0090, RG 0140, RG 0226, and RG 0300 are affected. In addition, the documents are accompanied by the required bylaw amendment report, and final noticing was published on April 10th, 2024 in 7 days and posted for statute. These amendments shall be effective 21 days after adoption.
Okay, Jay, do we have a second?
Is Bart? I will second.
Motion made by Jay first, seconded by Barb Hill. Any further discussion?
I would like, I'm sorry to ask one more thing. Keith, did you have anything to add to this about your perspective or the DRB perspective in this regard? I don't know.
Okay. Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Jay, aye. Bard, aye. Adam, aye. Lisa, no.
David, aye. Motion carries. Okay, next we have consideration of approving the use of $703 in ARPA funds for archaeology assessment adjacent to the Bridge Street Cemetery for the sidewalk project. Did you want to lead this up, and then I have some questions?
Sure. So when we first engaged with the engineer for the sidewalk project on Bridge Street, there was concern and continued to be concern about the portion of the sidewalk that goes by the Bridge Street Cemetery. We wanted to make sure that that area is free of any remains that might not be contained in what we think of as a cemetery today. We put a contingency in the agreement with the engineer that should we want to pursue that, that they would engage with the subcontractor to pursue that. In one of the first meetings, we said we absolutely do want to look into and make sure that that area is free from the remains. So they reached out to UVM archaeological section and they came back with a proposal to conduct a historical review, relying on historical documents and aerial photography, and the field inspection, which involves hand coring of the area. If those are inconclusive, then archaeological monitoring will be conducted at the time of construction. If remains are found in the area, they've provided three potential paths forward. A, redesign the project to avoid the remains. B, make a decision in collaboration with VDHP to allow construction over them, presuming burials, if present, are deeper than the area that you're using in the subbase. Or C, investigate them, exhume the individuals for reburial elsewhere. The Transportation Alternatives Grant Program will cover 80% of the cost of this, so the total cost to the town would be $703. And the recommendation to use ARPA funding for that, as the rest of this project is being funded.
Mr. Chairman, I know that when we first began discussing the sidewalk project, one of the most frequently stated concerns was in regard to constructing the sidewalk across the abutting cemetery valley. And I think that what we've gotten back from UVM is reasonable, and I think it's clear here that if there were remains found, that we would act appropriately and not disturb them. So hopefully the conditions of this scope of work will satisfy those concerns. And I think this is a good use of doing some of the remaining options.
So I have some questions and some concerns, and full disclosure, I know nothing about what I'm about to talk about. I do know that that area was significantly altered with the 27th flood. Bridge Street moved.
Which one?
The 1927 flood.
1927.
Bridge Street wasn't paved, property lines weren't clearly delineated. The cemetery proper wasn't accurately marked as far as the boundaries. I do know that the disposition of remains wasn't clearly tracked as well as it could have been. It's entirely possible that there are remains in the Bridge Street right of way, in the area where the sidewalk is being considered. I have heard, and I tend to believe, that when the Greenery parcel was being developed, the remains were uncovered. I have a hard time understanding how we can do test digs in what is a highly sensitive probable burial area. I'm concerned with the possibility of, oh, these are human remains that we just uncovered. And I asked this question, full disclosure, I don't know what I'm talking about. But when we had started these discussions, I had thought that we could do an uninvasive surface mapping of what was subterranean without actually digging down. I have, and again, I know nothing about what I'm talking about. I do have a problem with probing the ground and potentially likely disturbing graves. We don't know those people, and chances are, even if we were to uncover these remains, we wouldn't know who they were, where to put them, and what to do. But I am struggling with going forward, knowing that's highly likely that we will be in that situation. I would like to see, and again, I don't know, no idea what I'm talking about, but I would love the idea of a surface probe with ground penetrating radar or something similar to investigate what we can see without disturbing the ground. Jay, I think you had your hand up first.
I did hard by about a second. I guarantee we will have no way of knowing if we find remains. There will be literally no way of knowing. At best, we'll have a guess that 50 tombstones that are up at Riverview that are dated before Riverview is even open.
Yeah.
Which is the case. There are 50 tombstones who say death date this, before Riverview. They moved the tombstone, they didn't move the body.
Right.
We're gonna find bodies.
And I'm just gonna interrupt quickly. Multiple graves were unearthed in the flood and the bones were just reburied.
Right.
And
we
it
know when
wasn't
the
like we have to
rebuild.
bury these and mark them and delineate them. It was, oh my God, the whole state just got wiped out. We need to rebuild. Let's
No,
bury
yes, it
these.
was a emergency, we do what we can. And we also know for Linda, who was over there with discussing the fact, the new premier building turned up a body and they just put hoops and covered it over and built a building on top of it. Linda has some evidence to this effect. So, I don't want to build a sidewalk there if there are remains. I would like a sidewalk there for the safety reasons I've talked about on many occasions, but I believe that the people who would be doing this have a lot of experience doing this, and they have not, there's not been headlines that I've seen going, architectural, archaeological firms ripped up bodies and threw them in the ditch. I think that they would probably do this responsibly.
In the memo, there's reference to grave shafts, so they aren't like digging down till they find bones. It really is more archaeological disturbance of soil, presumably. But if we have questions, other than the statement we have here, one approach is to ask them to come and have a virtual conversation about what is their approach, what are the alternatives, why do they propose this versus what I understood from like some of the boarding schools in the United States and Canada, they did use ground penetrating radar to find unknown graves. So, but what do I know? Not much.
You probably know more than I do.
Yeah, there's some mass graves outside those residential schools.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sadly, a lot in Canada too.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So that is one approach, is to have somebody come here and explain this to us, like what they find, and then I think we could contemplate what would our intent be if they found things. Like, I'm personally not so comfortable with just like, well, just build over it anyway, as we described, apparently with the new construction. So then we contemplate what are the other alternatives: build over it, don't build over it and leave it alone and abandon the sidewalk in that area, or exhume the remains and put them somewhere else. And maybe that we could forestall that conversation until we have the archaeologist back and engage in that conversation as well, if that's feasible.
I think Barnes on the right track. I think we should not vote on this tonight. I know we should ask them to just get on the Zoom and other stuff.
Yeah. We have too much information to put anything to do.
Go ahead, Ryan, and then Kara. You're
Yeah,
muted,
yeah.
Ryan. You're still muted, Ryan.
Ryan, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Sorry again. Yeah, I don't see having two sidewalks be more safe than one sidewalk. I don't understand why we're even going through all this, sort of unearthing of human remains. And I mean, why not just keep the sidewalk that we have?
May I? Safety studies that we've heard from multiple sources indicate that it's not safe to ask the elderly and women parents pushing strollers and little kids and so forth to make multiple crossings of a street just to stay on a sidewalk. The downtown area will be significantly safer if someone can walk all the way from the corner by Green Sea Systems to the town center without having to cross multiple times. Right now, if you start, let's say at the Catholic Church and you want to get to the town center, you have to cross all the way over to Green Sea Systems because you can't safely walk to the Cumberland Farms parking lot. Then you'd have to walk down, cross over to Bridge Street, come into the Hatchet side, walk some more, run out of the sidewalk, cross again, back and forth, just to be able to safely go from one corner to the town center. And the Transportation Committee and other people showed us studies in which saying, oh, one side of the street is good enough, it's just not safe enough.
Okay,
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Kara?
Was Ryan done? He went to say something. I just don't want to cut him off.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, and we're in the town of Richmond here. I mean, I'm sure in busier areas that would make a lot of sense, but I just don't see it.
Is it okay to speak now?
Yes,
Oh, go ahead, Karen. Yeah.
So David, I as an ARPA committee member who had to vote on the sidewalk stuff, exactly how you explained it with the sonar or whatever kind of electronic new age system of checking for remains was what was explained to us what was going to happen. Not having UVM look at maps and determine if they thought something was in the ground and do some probing in the dirt, just like you were using ancient forms of architectural dig equipment. That is a huge difference for me. We don't need a sidewalk if we have to disturb somebody's gravesite. I really don't support that at all. That's pretty huge. So I would really like you to push this to another meeting and have them come, but I also want you to have people who actually do whatever Jay was talking about with, and Bard was talking about with the schools that had found grave sites or bodies or whatever. They didn't do it just from digging up or from looking at a map. And I don't think everybody in Richmond supports a sidewalk or supports the sidewalk by moving the cemetery graves.
Mr. Chairman, to respond to that, we do not propose, I am not in favor of moving graves. If significant or even a few graves are found there, I'm not in favor of building the sidewalk there. I'm just one member. In response to what was said a few minutes ago by Ryan, when we were discussing this a year or so back, we heard from numerous elderly residents of Richmond who are unwilling to go where they need to go because it's not safe for them to walk there, and they do not feel good driving. So they're basically prisoners in their houses because we don't have adequate safe sidewalks. We need to remember that we are not making sidewalks for the young and healthy and fit. We're making sidewalks for everybody.
Jack?
Yes. People that use the sidewalk the very most are the people from Green City. Yeah, I go through town more than any of you. The only guy who goes through town more than me is George Gifford. And to me, it's a waste of money. It's a waste of money, and everybody that I've talked to said the same thing. We fought to have parking put over here, silver shovels and everything else behind the dentist thing. And now we're going to shut down parking or close off parking from the bank, get rid of a town business here because they don't have any parking. And we're going to dig up a grave.
No, we're not going to dig up a grave.
The guy that walks the most is now I can't remember his name. The guy that runs the couples in Green City. I see him all the time going up there. They come out, go over. They got 40 people that work up here and work down here at the creamery, and they go back and forth. And I will bet you put that sidewalk down, I'll sit down on a Wednesday morning and see 2 people use it. It's a lot of money. It's just a waste of time, waste of money.
Jack, I don't picture you sitting around much, so I'm not sure that part's accurate, but
What do you mean?
I don't picture you sitting around and actually watching.
Well, I
Maybe walking around and watching, but I guess my take on it, and the specific issue we're talking about, that whether we do the sidewalk or not, I think we should ask some questions, and I think it's valuable information to have. Even if we decide no sidewalk, we should. Yeah, we've done the legwork to get this scanned, and if we can do it in a non-invasive way, it would be good to know there's bodies there simply because it's a good record to have.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
Can I add one thing about the sidewalk? It's not quite exactly related, but it has the potential to put a business out of business.
Right. I think Amy's made a very good point. And that if there's no way to run the sidewalk faster without taking well their parking, then I don't see anybody in the select board who's going to want to run. Anybody?
Right, that's my concern. I want to know if you guys feel that way.
It's not on the agenda. Right, so
No,
I,
it's only related.
I do not think we should preface a future agenda topic tonight without the people in the room to discuss the topic. Absolutely. And what the standards for traffic safety are, because literally my comment earlier tonight is, I think, a summary of it. There are competing interests about traffic safety and the standards for parking and the business. And the discussion is, are there alternative places to park, like behind the building? What is the town's liability for putting in parking in a place that's known to be demonstrably unsafe because of the proximity of the railroad and the other intersections? That is a conversation to be had.
I'm happy if they could find an alternative that allows sidewalk and RCK station, but that's gonna be great. So.
Quick comment. I don't agree with any of you, but I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Jack? We haven't even made a decision yet, Jack. I didn't see anything.
I see you had a couple of.
David-
What it is, I'm against it.
If you're gonna have the UVM folks come, since it's not on their list of things they do, it's the radar, the sonic, whatever you were calling it. Can you also have somebody who does that come to present to you as well?
That's what I would like to do, yes.
Thank you.
So Josh, can we have UVM come and explain what they do? And also explore non-invasive subterranean.
I'll ask UVM to come and I'll ask our engineer, she has anybody that does GPR, and they could come and talk about that.
Yeah.
And we'll see.
I don't want to speak for the whole board, but I'm really uncomfortable with subterranean physical inspections and probing.
Right, I want to hear from them too. If nothing else, we might, learn some witch doctors, but I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
But I think the chances are stronger that there are human remains there than chances there are not.
I think there's also pretty good chance Bridge Street goes right over CB.
Take it. Yeah.
I feel like to move that, but I bet they're down there.
There's a picture in the state archives of the 27th flood where people were dumping pianos and furniture in to fill in the washouts to get Bridge Street navigable.
Yeah, I think there are pictures of that same thing happening in Burlington where the old ravine was that's filled in now.
Where the going was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Swale. Okay. Consideration of disbanding the American Rescue Plan Committee.
Mr. Chairman, the memo and people listening. The ARPA committee did a great job surveying our citizens, hearing some of the main interests were safe pedestrian and bicycle safety and recreation, with a few other items. We have allocated all but 71,000 of the 1.2 million. And of course, we haven't formally encumbered about 450,000 for recreation items, which we'll be discussing a week from today at the Recreation Summit. But at this point, I don't see any benefit from getting the ARPA committee together to say, let's discuss how to spend that last $71,000, because we keep finding uses for 2,000 here and 3,000 there. And I don't really think there's much point in appointing a member. And when do we appoint people for the next meeting? Okay, appointing people to another year on a committee that has been working. Well, I moved to disbanding of the committee with great thanks to the members of the.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have a second?
I will second that.
Thank you, Lisa. So the motion made by Jay Furr is to disband the American Rescue Plan Act Committee. And that motion was seconded by Lisa Miller. Absent any further discussion, calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Bart, aye.
Adam, aye. Lisa, aye. And David, aye. The committee has been disbanded, and Jay mentioned this, but I'll mention it as well. Thank you for everybody for your hard work. A lot of thought went into that, and we appreciate your efforts. And speaking of the ARPA funds, update on guidance regarding transferring the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds into the general fund and creating a reserve account for projects directed to be funded with ARPA funds.
And I would just want to know that Josh has places you can spend the money, right? The ARPA, the leftover ARPA money, they're what, 70,000, whatever. You probably have places to spend. If they're eligible, correct?
We're going to buy a minivan to transport the Little League.
So the
Well,
deal is the ARPA funds need to be committed or spent by the end of.
And I'm gonna bring back. Maybe by 2024.
We have
That's why it is illegal because of the, because of the, we declare the money as lost revenue. Technically speaking, we can just put it in our account, say, there it is, lost revenue, and then spend it as we.
I see your hand, Kara. I'll get to you after Josh.
so the way to do it would be that, so last meeting I gave the guidance that we got from VLCT that we confirmed with our auditor, but I gave it with the caveat that like the Thursday before the meeting, VLCT got some information that there might be some changes that would affect that guidance. Turned out that change was a change by Treasury to the frequently asked questions section and not an actual change to the actual rule. So, and there are people trying to ask Treasury, why did you change one and not the other? Or what should the real guidance be? They haven't responded, but the best guidance is go with what's in the actual rule, not with what's in the frequently asked questions, even though they're produced by apparently the same department. So the guidance remains unchanged from the LCT, which is in order to extend the life of the money, you would transfer it in, you could use that to pay for payroll associated benefit expenses, and they advise that because the policy on payroll, so you're not using it to buy sand or something like that. But you're using it for a valid qualified fund according to Treasury, which is to offset town expenses. I'm gonna go back to my memo here for a minute. So one thing that we did get and gain from VLCT from Katie Buckley was that we can make this retroactive back to, it was March 3rd, 2021, which is when the ARPA fund sort of went into effect. So we originally thought we had to do it kind of quite constrained by this budget year, which we would have to make a motion at one of the next few meetings. But since we can go backwards, we could wait until July, August sometime, and then make the decision to move it in. That also allows time to obligate and get under contract more of these funds. Because the second part of this is to hold a special meeting, which we might want to combine with the previous agenda item special meeting. To ask the voters to create a reserve fund, which would have basically the same parameters as the projects that we currently have. So it would be a reserve fund to fund recreation, building improvements, pedestrian improvements. We'd be fine that if that's the case, and then transfer the same amount into that fund. The challenges are sort of a gap, right? So the board moves the money at the June 6th meeting, and then we have to wait 2 months to create that account. We'll be paying things out of that. And there's also a chance that we get to that meeting and the voters can say, nope, we don't want to transfer the money. Then anything that's not under contract or obligated doesn't happen. And that's the will of the voters, and that's fine. But if the board wanted to wait a little bit longer until the summer to maybe try to I know that the Martha Green Committee is coming on, I think the June 6th meeting. For the first one in June. So they might have some things that we can start to move forward on and get some money obligated and then make the motion a little bit later. And then send a special meeting.
So it's a little complicated, but apparently legal and feasible. Which is the best kind of. Technically feasible, which is the best kind of feasible.
Kara, go ahead.
Well, as an ex-ARPA committee member.
Sorry about that, but thank you.
I just have a question. I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, Josh. If we have the money obligated, any of the ARPA money obligated, we've spent some already. We're waiting for the three parks committee to come back with a proposal and potentially obligate those funds. We are now talking about sidewalks that might have an issue or might not. So that might not be obligated by the end of 2024 if there's any issues with grave sites, etc. Are you saying that if it's not obligated, it would go into this reserve fund if the voters said do that? Or does it go into the general fund first and then into the reserve fund?
The second way, the select board transfers it into the general fund, And then a special meeting would be held to create the reserve fund, to ask the voters to create the reserve fund and then transfer the same amount into that reserve fund.
Okay, so who, does the voters have to approve the select board just transferring the ARPA money into the general fund to begin with?
They do not.
Okay, so the select board right now could transfer the money into the general fund and the voters have no say in that.
That is correct. As the select board currently is spending ARPA money without a townwide vote on how to spend that ARPA money.
That's what I thought. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that's not a change in the process, what's going on right there. The true change in the process is, can we create a reserve fund for the ARPA money and still meet the criteria set up by the federal government?
Right, so the meeting the criteria by the federal government is accomplished by the select board moving it into the general fund to offset government expenses, which would be payroll that you could date back to March 3rd, 2021. That satisfies the ARPA spending requirement. Then the next step is sort of a question of the town. Well, we've transferred in X amount of ARPA dollars. Do we want to create a reserve fund and fund it with a similar amount to pay for projects that we were, I guess, select board committed to, but not obligated contractually to continue to continue?
So the select board can put money to the general fund at any point in time, right?
I'm sorry, I missed that part.
The select board can move the money into the general fund at any point in time.
As long as it happens before December 31st, 2024, that is correct.
Okay, so if, like somebody said before, you said before that there's the other meeting that might happen, the other special meeting that might happen. So you're thinking about piggybacking that special meeting for the Australian ballot vote, maybe. I don't know if that's when you were met. And this one, piggybacking them together to determine if there's an ARPA reserve fund. So that's potentially your goal.
I think it could make sense if we have a need to hold two special meetings rather than do one, rather than do two, join them up together, hold one special meeting to address those questions.
That makes sense.
Good. Okay.
We can talk about it maybe next agenda when we talk about special meetings for Australian ballot. And yeah, figure out where we want to go.
Is there any, if we move the money to the general fund and then act like not to create the reserve?
Hey, Adam, sorry.
Oh, yeah, if we move the money into the general fund and then at the meeting, the town elects not to create the reserve fund, to stay in as.
So then it essentially goes into what we call unassigned funds, which I learned a whole lot about in the fall when we did budgeting. And at that point, it could be used
to offset the budget, or we could do whatever we want with it.
Offset the budget, other special projects. Yeah, yes.
So that's why it's critical to wait till after your three parks committee presents to you to determine if you've got obligations for them before you move it to the general fund and then have it just absorbed.
That's part of the thought, yeah, because if we could get, let's say we get another $300,000 under contract by September 1st, you leave that in the ARPA account knowing you'll spend that by 2026, and then you only transfer what's not under contract.
What's at risk, if you will.
Exactly.
I appreciate you guys letting me work this out in my head, how you're doing this, so I can understand it.
I appreciate the questions.
It makes two of us. Yeah.
There's a lot of mental gymnastics to go on with this, and I think your questions were direct and very helpful to me to help explain that in a more direct manner to the board and to the public.
So my recommendation, not that you're going to go by it, but that's okay, is to wait to move the money to the general fund until you've heard from the three parks and you know how much money they want or you are going to agree to have them go after. Along with maybe you'll know more about the sidewalks by then too.
Mm-hmm. So let's talk about adding a third speed table to the west end of Cochran Road.
Yeah. I think the point, Mr. Chairman, that where people have made that people have been crossing a speed bump, immediately accelerating again, and then slowing only when they're hitting the other speed bump at the end of 25-mile-an-hour zone. I've seen that happen.
I have too.
I think having a third one in the middle of that stretch would get tons of that.
I agree.
Am I wrong, or are there two in the Jonesville area also, right from here?
There's going to be three. We talked about the last meeting in the Jonesville area, and this came up because at the last meeting, the board approved speed table 1 and speed table 2 to go from the temporary style that we installed last summer to the pavement style. Pete Godwin talked with the resident of Cochran Road who observes cars speeding up in between, and then came to me and said, I think we should probably add that third speed table in the middle. So that's just coming back to the board to see if we'd like to approve that third speed table.
Of course, now we have to renumber them. So speed table 3 is now going to be speed table 2, and speed table 2 is going to be.
We're actually going to hold a naming rights contest.
But the nice thing about speed tables is their feelings are hard to put. 1 3/4. So Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the installation of a third speed table on the western end of Cochran Drive between 220 Cochran Road and 2 Cochran Road.
This is Ballot. I will second that.
Thank you. Motion made by Jay Fur to approve the installation of a third speed table on the western end of Cochran Road between 220 Cochran Road and 290 Cochran Road. Motion is seconded by Bard Hill. Calling a motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Say aye. Bard, aye.
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye. David, aye. We have a third speed table.
That's only because we can't put the AKC approved obstacle course when cars have to go.
But should. And I've been saying we should look into chicane.
We're going to Smuggler's Notch.
Well, Smuggler's Notch. Well, they're putting chicanes in that you have, if you can navigate these chicanes, you can navigate Smuggler's Notch. If you can't, we'd rather have you stuck here.
I've been beating that drum for the last 20 years.
Hey, I have a request. So we are approaching 11 o'clock. Is there a chance that we can kick some of these into our next meetings that are not time sensitive and try to end for 11:30
or tomorrow?
I think the select board rules procedures definitely.
Yes.
Setting hearing dates to amend the municipal park ordinance. It says, and we could do that too. Railroad tie.
That's postponed.
Yeah. Certificate of no appeal, please pending blah, blah, that's for 5 minutes. The last 4 are super quick if we just.
Yeah.
And the update staffing, he's read the memo, it's already.
Okay. Except for the rails, the select board rules procedure, I think we can bang that through. And in
I
fact,
think you're right. It's worth it and we don't have to go through this.
We have another long meeting shaping up for 2 weeks from now too.
Are you guys working on your microphones before next meeting? I didn't mean to keep harassing.
VLCT has already
Yes.
emailed me to say they're going to replace the cabling, and Aaron says we will too.
And
Okay, I'm jumping off, but I really want to thank you guys for having patience with me not being able to hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara.
Thinking about next meeting, we've already got 2 attorney items. We'll probably have to attend to at the beginning of the meeting, executive session. We're going to have discussion of cemetery, discussion of special meeting. So we're already getting up for another long one. So I think whatever we can power through, I would advise we do.
hearing dates.
So municipal park ordinance, there was a discussion about adding the round trip screen to the municipal park ordinance. It's a pretty simple change. It really only changes one section, the general section to add that and then amend the map. There was some discussion of would that then control the parking areas next to the Round Church Green, and I view those as more road parking because it's a municipal road off the Round Church Road.
Yeah.
So I was hopeful that I could bring forward a draft amendment to the traffic ordinance to try to address that. However, as I looked into the traffic ordinance, there were several errors that didn't match up with the number of the road number didn't match the number on the official map for V-Trans for Richmond. And Round Church Green was actually wasn't mentioned in the speed limit section, and it was mentioned in the stop sign section and the one-way section, but not speed limit, not parking. So I talked to Pete. Sometimes he has quick answers for why things are this way. He scratched his head and he said, "Okay, we got to put our heads together and do a more thorough review of a few sections of the traffic ordinance." So we'll bring that back to the future agenda, but I think for tonight, you can easily set a hearing date, and I think the next available date would be the June 3rd meeting. And give us time to get the hearing warned to amend the park ordinance.
I hereby move that.
Second, I'll second that. A third.
So the motion is to move to set a hearing date of June 3rd, 2024 to consider changes to the municipal park ordinance. Motion made by Jay Fur, seconded by Lisa Miller. Seconded by Bard. Here's more my apologies. Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Bard, aye. Adam, aye.
Lisa, I.
David, aye. Already did that. Update on request from, yeah. This is a quick one.
Railroad ties?
Railroad ties, they said they had a derailment that they were dealing with and would get back to me. So I have a word to we follow up with them once a week. Apparently, they have limited staff. So
They're not railroading you, are they?
okay.
Sounds like it's on track.
Rules procedure when we're only looking for volunteers, we could probably do that one.
Sorry, I'll stop tying everybody. Okay, discussion of updating the select board rules of procedures.
We need two people who want to. Adam, you'd love to do that, right?
I want nothing to do with that.
Okay, Lisa always volunteers to do reviews of policy. Maybe for once we could cut her some slack. You want to do it?
You go to mayor him.
Yeah.
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 Okay, but Adam doesn't want to do it. Bard,
I
or
think we vote for Adam and Lisa to do it.
okay.
Okay.
Bard, do you want to do it?
I'll vote.
I mean, I would volunteer, but I don't want to. I mean, I'm not desperate to do it.
I'm not desperate to do it at all.
Do you want to do it?
Which ones are you want me to review?
You select the rules of procedure. They're not that long.
Okay.
You want to do rock, paper, scissors for the rest of it?
I'll do it. Lisa.
Excellent. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, done.
If you said not that long in the beginning, I would have been a little bit close.
Consideration of approving the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the 2023 grand list.
This is just formalities.
Yes.
We move to certify that there are no appeals or suits pending related to the April 1st, 2023 grand list.
Thank you, Adam. Do we have a second?
Bard, I'll second it.
Thank you, Bart. Motion.
So we had one.
That was decided and the appeal period on that has run out. So that's why this is coming on back in February, I think, last year. The certificate of no appeal, but it was delayed because of the one so
Decided.
property values, you know,
The appeal period. The appeal is the appeal.
Okay.
We made this motion and who seconded?
I made it. Bard seconded it.
Okay. Made by Adam Wood, seconded by Lars Hill, calling the motion to a vote, please signify your vote.
Aye. Bard, aye.
Adam, aye.
Lisa, I.
David, aye. Consideration of submitting a letter of intent to participate in the grant in aid program.
David, this Bard, I move to approve the letter of intent to participate in FY 25 grant and aid program and the name town manager Josh Arneson as the grants program manager.
Second.
Thank you, Bard. Thank you, Jay. Motion is to move to approve the letter of intent to participate in the fiscal year 25 grant and aid program and to name town manager Josh Arneson as the grant program manager. Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Bard, aye. Adam, aye.
Lisa, I.
David, aye. Update on staffing.
I have one question.
Yep.
We have been, well, in the final stage of the background check, well, for quite some time.
I think it's imminent here, any day now is what I understand.
This isn't,
So just quick,
how long background checks take sometimes.
apparently this one does.
Is there a story there?
Administration, fully staffed, highway fully staffed, police, we're still looking for all 4 full-time positions. We do have one that is hopefully imminent here. I believe that person's agency has been informed, so that was part of it. Also, we're taking some time and now we're just in the final stages of getting the information we need to get them hired up. Administrative assistant Diane Corbett is retiring at the end of May. I'm meeting with town manager Doug Heinsberg tomorrow to discuss combining an assistant position between the two towns since we combined some police services already. They have served a part-time, legal part-time, maybe we can make it full-time. Library staff, planning and zoning is fully staffed. Water, wastewater superintendent Steve Cody obtained his class 3 water operator's license, making him fully certified to operate the water system. That's to Steve, and we're actively looking to fill the 4th position in water.
So anybody who's interested in the career, we can train you up.
We will train. Very true.
And I assume you all saw the update from Richmond Rescue on the packet. Any questions? Again, thank you to Richmond Rescue and the town proud. Are we ready?
I'm just jumped out about how hard those people work.
Yeah,
We are fortunate to have them.
very fortunate.
Highly regarded by
Approval of minutes, warrants, and purchase orders. Guess I'll start with a motion to approve the minutes of the April 15th meeting as presented. Thank you, Lisa.
Bart, I will second that.
Thank you, Bard. So this is a motion to approve the draft minutes of the April 15th meeting as presented. Motion made by Lisa Miller, seconded by Bard Hill. Please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Bart, aye. Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye. David, aye. Purchase orders. By the March. It's okay, we still got 6 minutes.
Okay, so
I'll start with a motion to approve purchase order 4068 to Acer Tree Company.
Are they done? The truck's still up.
So, they are mostly done with the library. They still have some cleanup work to do there. I think there was some stuff that Taylor wanted to do that wasn't actually to be scope of work. This is actually to come back and do cleaning at Round Church Park, Volunteers Green, and Browns Court. So it was a separate order. This is the up to $15,000 that was approved to use ARPA money. I think they're planning to come back and do this in a few weeks. I think it's the exact date. At that time, they'll clean up some things over at the library.
Well, one person have to ask them. They're going to be pruning around the van shelf, the tree and that on the riverside.
I don't know I think some of those, yeah.
Okay, I mean, I know the Parks Committee wanted some of those gone, but I think those are the only thing holding the riverbank together.
Oh, they're gonna keep, anything they remove, I think they're keeping the roots still.
Maybe not the place to cut trees, but I'm not a tree.
Nope, we've got a good one here. I guess you guys saw the Ethan after.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
He's great.
But he's leaving, he's moving on to start his own company.
Oh, I'm gonna miss his calls.
Yeah, I really appreciate his work.
Did somebody move this?
I don't think so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess it was on the table. Yeah, but we did.
No one's gonna do it.
Okay, no, really.
Somebody again?
This is Bart. Motion to approve purchase order number 4068, the Acer Tree Company for tree removal and pruning as described for an amount not to exceed $12,530.
Thank you, Bard. Thank you, Lisa. Motion made by Bard, seconded by Lisa Miller to approve purchase order 4068. Calling motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Right. Bart, aye. Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye. And David, aye. Next is purchase order 4680 to Marco Equipment, and this is for the fire department stuff.
Yep, so this is Bard, motion to approve the purchase order 4680 to Marco for the Ford F550. And
we already approved this.
Extra parts for amount not to exceed $169,000, 150.
I think you approved this as part of the capital plan, but this is the PO that left.
Yeah, the allocation. I would second the motion, but I have a question.
Yeah.
Don't mind me. We paid these, we get them like 5 years later. When are we getting delivery of this?
This one's coming very soon. I've seen a picture of the actual
Yeah, because I thought we approved the purchase of the chassis and then the body. I'm not remembering.
Well, it goes back a ways. The change order number 1 was signed in July 2023, last year. And so it's probably imminent.
That's coming, and then
We must have put
second
it,
truck might be coming a little sooner. I think there's a change in production schedule out, and you might know. About that. But the type of truck that we're ordering might come faster, so the one that was supposed to be here, I think like 3 years, might be a little bit sooner. Whereas this one is pretty constant. Actually, I think this one was initially delayed and now it's getting.
this is the brush.
This is the brush. Right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Did I say it wrong?
No.
Okay.
This is one thing for use like fires on the interstate, right?
Yeah, but this is gonna replace the pump.
With a pump, right? They can get up like driveways and things.
Yeah, it'll be less brushy stuff. It's still the double brush.
I'm sorry, has this already been moved?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I seconded it.
Okay, and then okay, yes, calling for a vote.
Friday?
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
And David, I. I'm confused.
David, move to approve purchase order number 4872 to Union Bank for a fire truck loan in amount not to exceed $51,779.09.
This is all pay on this is.
No, she usually writes final payment. I don't think it's the final payment.
Okay, motion made by Bard, seconded by Jay, calling the motion to a vote.
Bard, aye.
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
David, I.
Motion to approve purchase order number 4875 against Union Bank for dump truck number 2, in an amount not to exceed $27,490.33. It's the mail, right?
Okay, calling the motion to a vote.
Pardon?
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
David, I.
This is part motion to approve purchase order number 4877 to Union Bank for the greater loan. Final payment amount not to exceed $30,655.77.
Thank you, Bart. Thank you, Jay. Calling the motion to a vote.
Aye. Bard, aye. Adam, aye. Lisa, aye.
David, I. We got a really good deal on that. So that worked out well.
So this one is the final payment.
You own a four-wheeled everything else. You own a fire truck.
I do.
You own a dump truck?
I do.
When graded?
No.
Actually, and you currently get it. David, what, you currently get it, the fire truck?
That's something to do.
Can you currently access the fire truck?
I cannot,
Okay, I had an idea of it. Yeah, okay.
but I just paid the insurance and the registration on it. Okay, so this is a motion to approve purchase order 4878, which is a loan payoff on dump truck number 4.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve on 4878, the payoff the dump truck for $24,529.37.
77
cents. Yeah.
Thank you, Lisa. Second.
Thanks, Bart. I'll second that.
Thank you, Bart. Calling the motion to a vote.
Bard, aye. Adam, aye. Lisa, aye.
David, I. Yay, we own a dump truck.
David would like to move to approve purchase order 4881 to RHR for the fiscal year 24 audit, which will be done in 24 and 25 for amount not to exceed $14,500.
Thank you, Bart. Do we have a second?
Lisa, you want to do this one?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, second, listen, second.
Thank you, Lisa. Calling the motion to a vote.
Bard, aye. Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye.
And David, I.
We pretty much got a voter poll now.
This is Bart. I'd like to move to approve purchase order 4883, Mount Mansfield Unified Union School District, for the fourth quarter final education taxes, an amount not to exceed $1,760,453.64.
Adam, second. Thank you, Bart. Thank you, Adam. Calling the motion to a vote.
Bart, aye. Well, that's great. Works great. Lisa, aye.
David, I.
And Adam, aye.
Adam, I.
Yay. Actually ran out of gas with this in the middle of Smuggler's Notch. There was no pushing it.
Is that the truck van?
Oh.
Okay, is that it?
That's it for purchase orders, yeah.
We need the warrants though.
Yeah, and you still need to do the warrants.
To accept the warrants and approve them.
Please, Bart, I will second that.
Calling the motion to a vote.
Bart, aye. Adam, aye.
Lisa, aye.
David, I.
Okay.
We need to recap next agenda, or do you have it?
I took notes of everything this meeting, and I've got 4 or 5 others, and we'll add 15 between now and next Wednesday, and we'll be good.
See if we can get a full second page on the agenda for next time. No need for an executive session.
No, not tonight.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Only 4 minutes past, what we're predicting.
No, yeah, we all move that we adjourn. So.
Bart, aye.
Adam, I.
Say aye.
Lisa, aye.
David, I. We are
We all move-
adjourned
wait a second.
at 11:14. Thank you, everybody. It was a long agenda. I know it was
Thank you
tough.
for finishing.